it's time for 4 Angry Men from China. So 4AM finished 3rd in PGC 2019. What moment do you think was the best for 4AM at PGC?
I would definitely have to say Forever's heroic chicken dinner by himself, especially outdueling Genesis at the end, was really incredible.
And a prayer, he's what they twin, he gets his break, and then again K-Mine as well, get behind the tree, K-Mine lands attack, but it's not enough, it's only 18 damage, he lands a second one, he gets a third one, can he land any more? The headshot somehow, Forever at 1 HP, he has somehow stayed alive, K-Mine on 4, what a finish, the Rebel he went for the heel, are you serious?
So I found out that there weren't a big change in their main roster in 2020, but still I heard that Tide from VC Gaming moved to 4AM.
Yeah, that's a big move, a player that played for VC who was 5th at PGC. So 4AM is continuing to bolster their roster.
I heard that one player, the Long, was it? He turned into 18, right?
Yeah, so Long is a player that you might have known from the 2018 Star Ladder Season 2 where he performed very well, doing a big moment against FaZe Clan. So now he's old enough to participate in the official leagues.
So main roster for 4AM remains Wayless, Forever, Gen.G, and Lu. How is 4AM doing these days?
Yeah, so the results as of recently have not been that great for 4AM. They're being contested over some of their drop locations in these international tournaments. The top team from the Korea qualifiers, VRLU Ghibli, also likes to drop school and apartments, so they were contested every single game and they didn't fare very well against the VLG squad, losing most of the time, so they ended up in 15th place in the PUBG Miracle Weekend China versus Korea exhibition match. That being said, VLG ended up 14th, so it didn't benefit either team really to fight over that location.
So maybe 2 teams were trying to secure their drop spots by this game, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of these teams are trying to play for the next big international event to try to secure it so no one will challenge them. I will say if you're a 4AM fan, there's some good things to look at from this tournament. When it came to Sandhawk, 4AM did play very well. They had 20 kills over 3 games on Sandhawk, so that's pretty good.
So now it's time for Gen.G, our PGC champion. Gen.G was not playing so well from the beginning. They kind of struggled at group stage, but then there was this 3v1 from Loki. Do you remember?
Yeah, absolutely. This was a huge moment in the tournament. Really felt like it was the turning point for Gen.G.
He needs to look back down towards the left, see if he sees anybody that's weakened. Gonna instead take the shots back over, back down to a 2v1. It's back into a 1v1. Pokemon Ladoy and Loki both out of utility. They've used everything they've got here. Only the 2 times on the F416 for Loki. Lands the headshot. Does he have the heals though? Loki's pushing out. Loki picks up the headshot win.
So, as just said, this was a turning point for Gen.G, and thanks to Loki, they could become a champion for PGC. Gen.G announced that Enonix is joining the team. Most of the PUBG sports fans would be familiar with this combination.
Yeah, absolutely. Enonix is an absolute superstar. I think most would consider him the 2nd best fragger in Korea. I think he's going to be taking up more of a front-line kind of turret role for Gen.G going forward.
Enonix really showed a lot of good plays in PNC and in PKL, but Aqua5 is also one of the best support players.
Yeah, he's a really good sniper. He's a really good shot caller from the back. He's not going to be the primary shot caller like Pio is, but he's going to let everybody know what's going on behind, make sure everything is okay in the back lines of the team.
So we've prepared an interview with all 4 members from Gen.G. Hi!
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 젠지 펍지 팀의 주장을 맡고 있는 아쿠아5입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 펍지 팀의 메인 오더를 맡고 있는 피오입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 펍지 팀의 총자비를 맡고 있는 노닉스입니다. 안녕하세요. 로키입니다.
말이 필요 없는, 수식어가 필요 없나요? 사실 PUBG e스포츠 팬들에겐 PNC 한국 국가대표팀으로 굉장히 익숙한 조합인데 혹시 합은 잘 맞고 있나요?
합이요? 아직까지는 잘 모르겠고 한 길게 보아서 합을 좀 맞춰봐야 될 것 같아요.
저희 PNC 때도 한번 합을 맞췄었잖아요. 그때 뭐 느낌이 아직은 좀 찾아가는 중이다라고 보면 될까요?
근데 그때 어떻게 그렇게 잘했는지 모르겠는데 지금 약간 조금 퍼즐을 맞추고 있어서 조금만 더 다듬으면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
이너닉스 선수는 이적 후 첫 대회를 얼마 전에 치르셨는데요. 혹시 소감이 어떠세요?
좀 많이 아쉬웠어요.
어떤 점이?
제대로 좀 못한 것 같아서 아쉬운 점이 많이 있었는데 잘 보완해서 다음 주부터는 계속 1등할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
At the PUBG Miracle Weekend, you guys were contested on just about every drop you made, particularly on Erangel and Miramar in South George and Picado. While you guys were able to defend your locations very well, it resulted in you having troubles as the game went on. What did you learn from that Miracle Weekend situation?
배운 거라고 치면 이제 팀원 어떻게 활용해야 되는지 뭐 그런 교전에 대해서 그런 거 배운 것도 있고 사실 멸망전을 이제 하려고 작정하고 한 거라 성적에는 크게 신경 안 써도 좋습니다.
What do you guys think is the most important thing players can do to get better at PUBG to, give themselves a chance to become a professional player?
마인드라고 하셨는데 멘탈이라고 생각하면 되나요?
네.
멘탈이 강하신 편인가요, 혹시?
네.
맞나요?
네.
지금 젠지의 이 새로운 로스터에 대해서 굉장히 관심이 뜨거운데 혹시 부담이 되거나 하지는 않나요?
부담감 같은 경우에서는 저는 조금 다르게 생각하는 게 그렇게 부담감을 느꼈었다면은 PNC 때도 그렇게 게임을 하지 못했을 거라고 저는 생각하고
다양한 지역에서 PUBG e스포츠 대회들이 진행이 됐는데 혹시 그 중에 가장 위협적인 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀일까요?
제 자신?
항상 대답이 똑같네요.
제가 잘해 우승하지 않을까요?
이 조합으로 앞으로 세계대회에 임하는 각오 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
앞으로의 각오는 어떻게든 더 열심히 해서 자리에 걸맞는 선수가 될 수 있게 최대한 노력하고 성과를 내고 싶습니다.
네이션스컵 때 준우승 했으니까 앞으로 있는 세계대회는 다 우승하도록 더 열심히 할 거고 팀원의 이제 오더를 맡았으니까 저는 이제 우승할 수 있는 확률을 더 늘리도록 하겠습니다.
저는 우승하러 젠지 왔습니다.
이제 챔피언십은 결국엔 저희가 다 가져가게 돼 있어요.
어차피 우승은 젠지다. 그럼 마지막으로 젠지를 응원해주고 있는 많은 팬분들에게 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
다자하오. 안녕하세요. 팬 여러분 항상 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 땡큐.
젠지 넘버원.
In the past 2 episodes, we have covered top 4 teams from PGC 2019, which are the front runners in PUBG esports scene. Which team do you think will do best in 2020?
I definitely agree with Loki that Gen.G should be the strongest team this year. I feel like there's just so many superstars on that team, and teams that have top fraggers tend to do well at the big events.
I can't agree more. But then I think FaZe Clan will have chance against Gen.G because they have Uba, the best fragger, and I think Gustav will have a good synergy in this team. So let's see how it goes. So this is it for today. We'll come back with another interesting PUBG esports news. Bye! And don't forget to subscribe and like.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PCS Charity Showdown for APAC. Today is the final day where we finally get to crown our kings amongst these 16 teams. I'm HusKKiee, and joining me at the broadcast to bring you guys all the action is Play of the J.
Thank you so much, HusKKiee. And looking forward, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing you all the remaining action here for the Charity Showdown. And, just a quick reminder how our schedule looked at the start of this. We did have 4 full days of competition. And, of course, today will be the final day where we have 5 more rounds for all the top teams in APAC to duke it out once more. And right now is absolutely... we cannot decide at all who's going to be there. But anyways, we'll look at that a little bit later.
Yeah, I think all the past 3 days have had their own storyline. Like day 1 was Thailand just taking over. We had teams like QC4 Horsemen, the Myth, Golden Cat, Division S Gaming kind of sitting at the top and preparing to claim the throne for themselves. But day 2 rolled around. It was Philippines who took the show right away with Archangel Predator coming in hot with 3 consecutive chicken dinners. Then day 3 was the resurgence of the teams that fell from grace. Myth did exceptionally well. Buriram United also put up a fantastic show to secure a decent standing. So now we are here at the end of the line, 5 more matches to decide who will claim the rightful position at the throne.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of money at stake here. So there's still going to be $200,000 in prize money to fight over, but 100,000 is going to be, of course, the usual prize pool that will be split amongst the teams. And then we still have the 100,000 for the champions chosen charity. So they're going to be getting quite a bit of a windfall there. So really look forward to seeing who is going to be able to benefit from one of these teams really just being that generous and everything for this event. So looking at how things are, I mean, yeah, I think we just really can't decide just yet as to exactly who is going to be getting over there. But let's take a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, as to the current standings here for our tournament.
Yep, and just gonna quickly show you guys. This was the last match of Thursday, match number 5. Just a quick recap for those who missed out. It was Archangel Predator. It was a QC4 Horseman who took the lead, but there we go. The total points, Archangel Predator sits at the top, but they are contested directly by Buriram United, who is just 3 kills behind, followed by Myth, who after a horrific day 2 managed to climb all the way back up to 3rd place. QC4 Horsemen dipped from top 3 to 9th place, but now they're back in top 5. Division S Gaming, they've been there since day number 1, and they look pretty hard to potentially take the entire showdown away.
Yeah, and honestly, I think we've seen the very tumultuous standings. Divine Esports up into 6th. It wasn't always the case, as we did see them have quite a bit of struggles for the most part, but they managed to get some decent results in the day 3's competition, so that helped them substantially. Golden Cat, unfortunately, has been falling. As you said, in day number 1, they were definitely one of the contenders there, but the PSSC champions have somewhat fell off the curve here. And I think in general, this level of competition, it's always very difficult to predict just because there's always so many different teams that can show up on their day here. Let's even take a look at Cerberus Esports. They did manage to get a very good win. They are the reigning Vietnamese champions for their Pro League, but I think when it comes to this competition, it doesn't look as though that they're nearly shining as high as some of the other teams from Vietnam.
Yeah, and I think Fury Australia is one of those stand-up teams from Oceania as well. One out of 3 Australian teams that have been bouncing around the first and second half of this leaderboard. They were kind of 10 to 12. Suddenly they are 6 to 8, and now they're back to 10th place. Have a jumpy results for every single game. But then Victim from the Future have been steadily climbing up. Now they're sitting at 11th place, just slightly behind Fury Australia. But you can see the growth, I think, for the Lone Indonesian team. They are proving themselves to be a contender. Might be slightly too late because we are on at our last day, but it's still a great showing of performance and growth from the squad.
Even Team Ferox, I mean, they had a dreadful first couple of days to start off the competition, but yeah, in Thursday, it was Thursday. I think the second round of the day, they did manage to get a second place and double-digit kills as well. So I mean, they have managed to turn up, and I think when it comes to this final day, there are a whole bunch of teams that we can see here that can potentially take it away. And I'm not going to discount even up to the top eight. Top eight are going to be all definitely in contention here. They just need to have basically a couple of really good results, and they could definitely be in the thick of things. But if we're going to talk about consistency, okay, over the last 2 days, maybe Archangel has been near the top, but then they've seen their lead erode. Buriram United have managed to catch up to a certain extent. And the nature of this charity showdown, the 4 days of competition here, I mean, it's not consecutive days, so it's very easy for a lot of these teams to lose their groove. And I don't think that any team has really managed to retain that as much as possible. It's just who can be hotter on a particular day and let that sustain in the longer term.
Yeah, and I think you definitely cannot just overlook the fact that just because, for example, Fury Australia is at 84 points, they cannot ever catch up. Myth had an explosive round on Thursday that just shot their position right up to third place again with an almost 30 point round. I think they got like 28 in that one single round plus a chicken dinner. So it's definitely, you just need this spark of wonder, just this one amazing round for you to really get your groove. And I think Myth is the team that has been able to do that more often. Also, a lot of funny moments in this particular charity showdown. DIC Gaming, for example, has the most friendly automobile accidents. Creatory Esports have solidified their reputation as almost always the first team to get knocked out, especially 1405. So it's a mix and match of serious and funny moments, which definitely makes this experience way more special than than people expected it to be.
And I think before we're getting into our very first game here, just a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that their registration is open for the PUBG Southeast Asia Series. It is going to be, the registration rather is open, already open for a couple days now until the 25th. So make sure that you get your registrations in, taking 64 teams from Singapore, Philippines, and Malaysia. So make sure you don't let this go by the wayside. Make sure you register your squad now to avoid disappointment.
Yeah, and I think there's already more than 50 teams that have locked in their squad, so can't wait for that to happen. But right now, the elephant in the room is the final day of this charity showdown. We're going to jump into Miramar for round number 1. This is almost the same trajectory from the northwest to the southeast. Instant drop from a lot of teams as we keep our eyes on DIC, who will definitely go for the power grid once more. Cerberus still going for that early drop. Myth as well, dropping pretty early ever since losing that contest at the hot zone against DIC.
Now, normally we would be calling this Championship Sunday, but the schedule's a little bit different this time around, so it's going to be Championship Saturday. It's all happening here, and these teams, they're going to be feeling it. They're going to be really trying to grind out the proper stuff in these final few games. There's not a lot more to show. I mean, over the course of this whole thing, we're going to be having 20 rounds. So that's going to be quite the distance here. And I think that contrasts quite significantly that, compared to some of the competitions that we see. I think like if we look at the different parts of APAC, sometimes it's going to be best of 6 rounds, best of 18 rounds, best of 12 rounds, 20 is a nice spot here to really kind of cement whether or not you're meant to be there. And looks like Circle is going to be centering around Los Leones. We haven't had a circle like this yet, so definitely looking up here in terms of a little bit of variety to close things out and maybe throw a bit of a spanner into the works here for these teams.
Yeah, the circle has always, forced the teams to go up to the north, but finally they have a chance to go down south at least for now. So if you look at the current situation of the map, Fury Australia are smack right in the center of that safe zone. We can also look at Ferox, one of the other Australian teams, especially Cozy, who has places second in terms of total damage. I think him and Nikos specifically have been fragging up most of the time for the team, even though they didn't get decent placing in a lot of games, but they have been pretty consistent in the damage output.
Yeah, I think we can't really discount them from taking engagements. I think they have proven in a certain sense. It's just that sometimes the consistency or it's just the overall tactics which maybe doesn't allow them to work out. And a little bit earlier we saw Buriram United getting the very first kill of the game, and it's going to be at Fury Australia's expense. Now Archangel, they are still tied at number 1. Well, I mean, they weren't always tied at number 1, but I mean, they were number 1 at the end of our second day. And, I think, things have just been sliding away. Now, they did manage to get enough buffer points in the Playday number 3. So it's not going to be as severe. They're still up there, and they just have to try and make sure they can turn it up. But let's not forget, they're the only team that managed to get 3 chicken dinners in one day. And that was a very explosive day number 2, which really took the rest of the teams off guard. And JJ Leo, well, I guess it's better than running over your team member. I have to say that.
Yep, JJ Leo and Tony have not had the best reputation when it comes to driving a vehicle in PUBG. But you can say that Archangel Predator, it's kind of surprising that they managed to keep themselves in first place. Despite the results of day number 3, they were consistently first place even though they were not getting much points. Birmingham United replaced Division X Gaming in that second place. Third place was Golden Cats and QC4 Horsemen at 1 point, but now Myth is slowly climbing up the ranks once more. So the only team that has not budged for now is Archangel Predator. But Birmingham United, if they can keep up that day 3 performance, and I think they have a really good shot of winning this entire showdown.
Yeah, and I think Buriram United, I mean, they did get the 2 chicken dinners in the day number 3, but they were quite emphatic. Both double-digit kills in those matches, I think 11 and 15, respectively. So that's a pretty decent haul. And it's the nature that they picked them up as well. They were taking very tactically superior fights compared to their opponents, and they just didn't really have a chance. And usually it's just the odd third-party action, which actually led them to lose any of their members, if any. But I think it was quite comprehensive looking at them, and we'll have to see if they continue to move on from that in a even more positive way. So that could definitely swing it in their favor. And they did come into this with high expectations. PSSC, they also had high expectations, but they kind of fell by the wayside. Again, one of those teams that qualified for PGC Berlin, but then didn't quite manage to show up at this level of competition as the tied champions. But now they are definitely looking the part here. But now it looks like Victim from the future is going to catch one, as Jayers from QC4 Horsemen is going to be spotting him out from the rest of his team. And that's them 1 man down.
Yeah, Victim from the future spent a bit too much time in that area. They almost flipped their vehicle. They had no idea that the 4 Horsemen were on top of the hill. So it's kind of a good news that they didn't lose more members than just entry fragger. And speaking about VTF, our RDK boss showed up huge on day 3 as well. He was the guy that managed to give his team a boost of confidence, playing those 1v3 situation, single-handedly wiping out, the likes of Fury Australia and Birmingham United. Now they are thinking of taking this engagement against Phoenix Gaming, and it seems like they are really serious about this. Phoenix Gaming not really want to be a part of this confrontation just yet. They're just gonna drive far and away from VTF.
Yeah, VTF, they don't have an awful lot to lose, but they have an awful lot to gain just by being as aggressive as possible. They are on 78 points, and yes, 11th position, but if you think about it, if they have a few high fragging games, there's no way, I mean, that's not to say that they can't really catch up. So anyways, that's the kind of gusto that these guys are going to need. 5 rounds is still plenty to get some pretty decent points on the board. And now we're going to see more of the teams continuing on with their rotation. It's not a lot of time left here before we're going to be seeing the second phase. So these guys do want to try and reposition themselves as much as possible. But Buriram, let's see how they can build on that first kill of the game here, as they were really showing off in terms of that killing prowess as we were talking earlier on for day number 3.
Yeah, and I think day 3 was also the most explosive and most volatile day, where a lot of kills came in, in the first and second phase. But it seems like we have kind of quieted down to the first leg of this showdown, where teams just want to focus on gathering those resources, stocking up their ammunition and utilities before making their way into that safe zone. So definitely a cool off period for most of these teams, but especially for the front runners, they definitely don't really mind too much. But for teams who are on the second half of their leaderboard, they want to be more proactive. IQ 500 not able to get much shot, but it did attract a bit of attention from possibly Fury Australia and even to an extent Golden Cat.
Yeah, for now, we're going to be seeing IQ 500 still trying to scope out. You can see the Thai team moving in here after finishing their rotation. There's still going to be a little bit of time here before these teams decide to get too cozy, but now it looks like some fire coming towards Creatory for a change here. Kikamukao, seeing if he can land some of these at range. It's not really going to fall for them. So they kind of feel like maybe they need to pick up the slack a little bit here. They did lose Ronan to Kanaxi right at the start of the game. Not the best way to start your final day of the competition, but I think like they're gonna just try and take it their stride. Fury, they have been again, I think having the greater share of the success when it comes to taking a lot of these engagements against the rest of the APAC opponents. Yeah, we did say that Ferox was showing up more in day number 3, but I think overall Fury has kind of shown that they are going to be able to take the fight to some of their more aggressive Southeast Asian counterparts.
Yeah, I think I definitely have to agree with that because Fury Australia is more, it has more success when it comes to direct conflict, right? They are not afraid to start a fight and win out at the very end. We did see Atletico kind of fumble a bit on day 3, especially against Myth, where true free kills were delivered to their doorstep, but they were not able to close it out, and they lost 2 members instead. So not really the best trade in that particular situation. Fury Australia, they dropped into the center of the safe zone at the beginning and losing their 1 member. Definitely that's going to hurt them a bit, but it seems like this is a reunion between Victor from the Future and Phoenix Gaming, and Man is just going to open up onto Greeny, instantly knocking him down. Victor from the Future have the advantage, though Humble Dish now gets down. There's 2 members out for Phoenix Gaming. Dr. Logi caught in the crossfire. Kush is not even in position to fight this, but Dr. Logi does manage to down Man and wants to finish him off as Teddy will clean up the scraps onto Humble Dish, and he's going to also take down Kush. Dr. Logi is not the only one alive. He've clutched a 1v2 before, but this is a 1 versus 3 as the frag grenade is going to fly right out. The flashbang is going to blind him for a while. Dr. Logi doesn't have much to work with, and he just have to watch as his teammates get absolutely slaughtered. RDK Boss will make sure to land that final nail in the coffin, and I don't think Dr. Logi is going to go anywhere. Phoenix Gaming gets wiped by Victim from the Future.
Yeah, they took that really aggressively there. Mon, unfortunately, is going to lose his life, but he was able to get those first 2 initial knocks in stellar fashion, and that kind of really set it on their way. And now it was just RDK Boss to come in and try and seal the deal, and not really have to try. They did manage to eliminate the 7th place team, as that's going to definitely help them. It can be a potential 6-pointer, considering that From the Future started the day behind, but Cozy is the one taking damage now. It's going to be the fellow Australians of Atletico, in fact, that's going to be opening up onto him. Now he's going to just continue onwards a bit more, not wanting to really stop and heal just yet, as he's going to be able to get back home in time. Atletico, they're having that 1-3 split. Just going to really be offering a little bit more information and getting a little bit more map control at the same time.
Yep, there's a Australian biker gang. It's going to stop for a while, make a pit stop before continuing their journey down to the south side. Myth, kind of the opposite compound of VTF. Unfortunately for Phoenix Gaming, they managed to escape once, but fate brought them together and to the impending doom. So now Myth is going to probably gain some information of where Victim from the Future are. Svit sees that buggy, so that's going to give a bit of intel to the 4 horsemen of where VTF are as well. A lot of high level threat, level danger threat for VTF to deal with.
Yeah, looks like DIC here going to also be escaping a little bit of the long-range fire, but they're going for a very long-winded way to get into the zone here. As you can see, they just don't want to have to put up with a lot of the issues that they have, as they've definitely been going for this more delayed approach, as really they don't have to try and deal with too much of the trouble. I think we did see that there was a significant shift here for phase number 2. It's going to really make it difficult for all these teams here, but now it looks like Ferox here going down towards the belly of the beast here. HusKKiee is going to pay for it here. He's going to have his bike flying all the way. The rest of his teammates are nowhere to be seen. I'm not sure what the play was there.
That was a surprise welcome party from Atletico. I think they heard the bike from that HusKKiee was on, so they just hit the brakes and waited for him to pass by the toll that he has to pay with his life. HusKKiee will have the cover of the terrain for now, but Atletico has established their territory in that compound, so I think Ferox is just going to give HusKKiee away. There's no point contesting there. Grumps it's going to be a scout for now, and Atletico actually making a departure, so this might be a free get out of jail card for Ferox.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that the whole thing with HusKKiee is because he was already under fire getting to the rest of his teammates by Atletico, and it was Atletico again who knocked him over. It's not really a surprise, but looks like DIC is going to be right here. Extreme could be in a little bit of trouble. Tony is going to come up over the top. He's going to be able to take him down, looking to get 2 here, taking damage here. Atletico Flood is going to be able to get in a cover just in time. Now Linksy and Zoe may also be moving into a better position as they try to return fire, but looks like Extreme here is going to get thirsted on as the rest of DIC Gaming getting into a bit of a better position here to rotate into the compound. But now Ferox is on the move again, and it's going to be Divine Esports that's going to be taking him out. Levi's picking up his first kill of the day.
Ferox not having too much luck on the bike today. Hornball, is going to be engaged in a gunfight against HusKKiee. He barely wins that out with 4 HP left. So Fury, the Australian teams today, they've been involved in some pretty early conflicts. Not really a hot day for them so far. Atletico decides to depart to find greener pastures, but maybe it's not really the best choice as HusKKiee will be finished out by Hornball, who has patched himself up. Maybe he does now cast out, but it's still going to be DIC against Atletico around this compound that Atletico seemingly have kind of taken over, but DIC wants a piece of the cake. Probably had enough for now. They will also depart from that area.
I think they got a little bit too scared there when they saw a lot of the third-party fire coming in. They didn't really want to try and finish what they started there with Atletico. So they're going to just take that 1 kill that they did manage to get, and going to be living to fight another day. The circle here is going to be closing again. Again, all these teams have still managed to find some decent spots for now. It hasn't constricted the space too much. They're still going to have enough breathing room, but now Svit here is going to actually be able to get some of that long-range observation going here. But now Archangel also going to be seeing other teams rotating through. Los Leones is a little bit of a risky endeavor here, and they're actually waiting here on the corner as this valley is going to be one of those avenues that teams can still come in.
Fury Australia is going to drive right through Golden Catino. He will open fire. 6 stacks we're going to wait in as well, so Insight will die along with his car as IQ 500 does down Mady again. For the second time, and this time Chaos actually steals it away. This pit stop, this guardhouse that Archangel Predator have seemingly set up at the belly of the valley, was able to name themselves that first frag. Fergus also down Putches off screen as we now centralize on the edge of Impala, but reality will be finished off by Venatica. Venatica tries to go for a second encounter engaged, but loses that out to IQ 500. But Chaos is going to steal that away again. IQ 500 gets down. At least Fergus finishes off Putches.
Doesn't seem Creatory could get a break here. They're going to be shot in the back there, trying to take one of their better fights here. But Flash is going to be the last player here on the board. As now, he's going to be able to spot out Division X Gaming as well. But looks like he's going to get shot as well in the side. He's not going to have any rest at all. Looks like the Archangel Predator boys do want to try and annoy as many teams as possible, and this is exactly how they need to start the day, as they really want to try and assault the top of the standing, or rather, put it to the rest of the competition. You can't really stay up here with us.
Yep, and the Predators have hibernated for 1 day, but it's time for them to wake up for a big feast. It's going to be Chaos directly engaged onto Flash, but he's not letting most of his shots. Flash were able to no-scope him for now, just lob that frag grenade, hoping to finish him off, but Chaos should be able to survive that. It's just half of his health, but Eddie though, is not gonna let Chaos take a break as he finishes him off. So unintentionally saving Flash. Yes, he gets to live another day. And Flood and Link say, what are you guys doing? Jumps off the buggy, and the blue zone will take their life. Athletico, this is a horrible example of how to drive a buggy, but well, that car was already set on fire. This is the end for them. Goodbye, friends.
This is not how you want your rotation to go about, and yeah, it looks as though they're going to expire here. No chance for any resolution by the team members, and Cobbs, you know, just taking maybe a little bit too much of a risk here to try and push that lone member. He didn't really have any backup, so that even if he hid behind the rock, he wouldn't be able to be safe from any of that long-range fire, and he's going to pay for it. Now, Archangel, they still can do it with 3 guys. It's just going to be a lot more difficult when you consider the level of competition here. Because now we're seeing Sapao starting to weight a little bit more pressure here on a Ferox. Currently, Sweet Soul is going to be knocked down inside the smoke. The rest of Ferox not going to be too close to be able to influence things, but I think for this circle, it's going to be quite devastating. We've seen a lot of the teams here being on that western and southern sides here, all trying to move in. Buriram taking their time. They want to make sure that they can be the last ones to move in here. And Archangel is also going to try and move down through this avenue off screen. We are seeing Daytrade finally got to get finish off Killer, getting a little bit of revenge here for his fallen comrade.
Yep, but Archangel Predator have to move through the gatekeepers, which are Buriram United, as Nikos will be gunned down by Long K. Division X Gaming finishing off Ferox almost single-handedly. Killer will stay outside the blue zone for now. He's going a bit of scouting duty. I don't think they have seen Buriram United just yet, but Ikamukao definitely sees Kanaxi. Kanaxi knows about it. Actually, he's looking the wrong way, so I guess he doesn't know. Ikamukao just biding his time. Now he unleashes his clip, but that mag is not going to fully connect. He tosses out the frag, takes a bit of damage himself. This is going to be Kanaxi trying to win this out, but it will be Fury Australia's Ikamukao to claim that down at least. And Kanaxi should be dead by the end of this exchange.
Wow, he was really lucky there. Kanaxi almost got the better of him, but it looks like Fury Australia, though, is going to be fighting the dust, as now there's going to be more of a push here, but it's going to end very early here for Archangel Predator, as they're just really not able to get that final thing going here. CJ did manage to knock down God Meow, but that was about it, as they managed to continue putting the nail in the coffin for the Filipino squad, and this is not working out well for their aspirations, and it's a direct 6-pointer here. It is Buriram, the ones who are going to be able to deny the points for Archangel Predator.
Yeah, and I think Archangel Predator they didn't expect, you know, Fury Australia and Buriram United to be in the same area alongside Division X Gaming. So they had Mad Dog being the scout and the sniper on top of the hill, but once they started moving down, suddenly they realized they were not caught in a good situation. They got wiped out. Pretty unfortunate start for Archangel Predator, despite, you know, things looking out for them seemingly. Buriram United now, they are in a bit of a pinch, taking a lot of fire from Division X Gaming, who has the better position. 2 members of BRU are in the open, as Godmail now struggling to heal himself up. Noadra is the only one with cover, but he will have to be the vanguard against all 4 members of Division X Gaming.
Well, right now Division X Gaming looking as though they're going to be withdrawing here, and looking at this, oh no, did they make that mistake? They both got out of the vehicle thinking the vehicle was going to explode, but it was too fast. So if it travels more than 30 kilometers an hour, you will take damage. So obviously they didn't manage to get it to slow down more than that. But now it looks like the barrage is coming here towards Noradra. He's managed to evade all of these frag grenades so far, as pretty much on the edge of the range available there to the Division X Gaming players, but now he will be able to just at least keep them at bay and make sure they don't get overzealous, as Buriram looking to consolidate their position. But when we did see Archangel get torn apart, and a lot of it is just because, yeah, as you said, they didn't have the kind of information, and I think that also really stemmed from Calbs just really not being able to survive at the top. He didn't call for help to try and take down Flash, and Daytrade were able to, you know, start the descent for Archangel here in this first round of the day.
Yeah, well, I was slightly surprised that, you know, Archangel Predator didn't send backup to follow Calbs. The fact that they didn't even, you know, get the fact that Calbs died not to Daytrade, not to Flash, was an indicator that there was a third party somewhere, but they did not know where that third party squad was. You can see the circle now closing in again. Most of the teams are at the outskirts, so we are looking at QC4 Horsemen and Cerberus in the middle of everything, in the thick of things. But Buriram United, they're going to get open up with some frags. 6 will be the one to get down, but off screen, 2 members will be killed off. Basil will take out RDK boss. it's just going to be starting to get heated up for most of these teams.
Yeah, Victim from the future getting eliminated here, and looking at this zone, it looks absolutely terrible for most of these teams. They're going to have to really push in. QC4 Horsemen are going to be really lucky that they have this compound, but it's quite big and they're all scattered. They're going to really have to try and, I don't know, support each other a little bit better here, because if they're going to have the likes of Myth here and also Golden Cat to the south and also Buriram United, you know, it's going to be an absolute avalanche of teams that they really need to deal with, and I don't know if they can do it. Cerberus also could help them in a way if they're going to be at the gas station offering enough fire, but right now they're kind of preoccupied with DIC Gaming.
Yeah, and I think Buriram United also are in a, I call it in between, you know, a rock and a hard place. They're just so out in the open. They do manage to down Long K, Noada does that, but NBK will immediately trade one body back, and Buriram United, they have to start running because the blue zone is closing in. Division Gaming, they're going to take advantage of this. They will try to pressure Buriram United and make sure that they don't get into the safe zone. They have a lot of utilities to work with, so Buriram United are forced to run the other way, but it's going to be right into the hands of Golden Cat. Maxonus will down Godmail, but Nikki will steal it away. Divine Esports going to wade in. Noada managing to secure that onto Long K, who bled out to death, but it's just up to one lone member of Buriram United to keep the hopes of them in top 3 alive.
Golden Cat now going to be assaulting the QC4 Horsemen compound while Division X is pushing on to Buriram United. Only Eddie left up here, and he's getting fired upon from high range here, but Sapalo going to go down, but not before there's going to be Fergus trading him back, and that's going to be Division X Gaming taking out the leaders, or the tied leaders at the start of this game with Archangel. But now look at Golden Cat moving in. Six-Tack is going to get taken down, though. He's going to be taking some burn damage right there, as the rest of the 4 Horsemen, while still being scattered, they're offering enough cover here that is going to enable them to really try and make an assault. But look at Myth moving in here as well. It's a 3-way fight here, and Minoru is going to take him down with only 1 HP remaining.
All the 3 day 1 powerhouses will now decide who's the best Thailand squad, at least in this compound. Just kill feed, filling out with all these members, and Biff managing to wipe out Division S Gaming. They say, we do not want another nation involving themselves in our conflict. As the blue zone now continues to close in, Six-Tags will have to be sacrificed. Golden Cat, they're not out of this just yet. They have the Horseman and Mid to deal with, and Golden Cat will be the prey in this situation. 4 Horsemen will finish them off, but Darkness will find the head of Gems as this safe zone closes right in the smack of in smack middle with only 1 shack as a cover. Myth, they're not done yet though. They have come too far to give up. 3 members down, but at least Darkmans will be able to revive one of his fellow comrade. The 4 Horsemen are now looking to do the same as well, as they cool down for a while before the impending second conflict.
Everyone's trying to reset as much as they can, but I think Myth can only get Escolucia up now, but there is still going to be enough pressure that Duckmans and Escolucia can put onto them. But Joeman is going to finish off Homeboy. He spots 2 players right down the side of the building. Duckman's going to continue to hold that position. He's threatening the peak here, and now looking at more nades here flying out. Minoru is getting res here. This is buying enough time, but Joeman, I think he knows what's up here. He's trying to get the nade to go through there, but it keeps bouncing off the side, and that's going to be Myth having 3 players up here, but more nades flying in here to really try and deny them. But look at the trade going off here. It's going to be a 2-on-2, but now it's only 1 left here, but Duckmans will be the one to finish it here. Myth going to be coming out on top of this 4-way fight on the south side.
Goodness me, Myth played with so much patience. Darkmans in particular did not reveal himself in that second half of the conflict, at least for majority of it, and he shows up and becomes a cleanup crew. I think in that heated moment, the 4 Horsemen just did not have the enough information of the whereabouts of Myth. So now Myth are in such a good spot. Namsi tagging 74L1 as going to be Divine Esports versus DIC Gaming. Myth, we're going to start moving in with most of the members still alive, and they come out right behind of Cerberus. That was managing to down Smell, but he gets down right back instead, and HusKKiee will make sure that Myth gets knocked out eventually. The Thailand team out in 4th place.
And now there's only going to be 3 teams left here to try and duke it out. DIC currently have got most of the angles here, but they don't have a lot of strong positions in a sense, as Tony is going to be falling down on his flank, and that's going to only leave the two members remaining right in the middle of this conflict between Divine and Cerberus. And it looks like Divine here is going to have to give up their vantage spot. Not seeing and Levi's, though, they managed to already make the travels over here. But looking at these two smoke grenades, that's all that's separating them between the central parties here of DIC Gaming. But HusKKiee will be able to claim that final finish off onto Tony. And now there's only going to be 9 people left alive here.
Yeah, that mini hut is not the best spot for DIC to be in right now. But JJ Leo manages to down Nikki. It's going to buy some time for his fellow teammate. But Cerberus probably have the best position right now with that trench. Pretty hard for any of the other two teams to get onto him. HusKKiee is going to make a rotation with that truck, but Smell will down 74L1 first, and that means HusKKiee will have a future if he manages to get into position. But he gets down and he blows up in the car, an explosion. So slightly unfortunate circumstances, but 74L1 will finally be killed off by Smell. Cerberus still 2 members alive despite that careless event, but the frags will start raining through from Divine Esports.
Daring play there, but he should have waited for a little bit more action to erupt before going there. He was going to be the focus of the fire there, but now JJ Leo is the focus, and Levi is going to pick him off. It's only Cerberus and Divine Esports in an all-Vietnam affair, but it's going to be 4 against 2. Namsi, Levi's holding them in position, while the other 2 are going to be coming out with the top. But looking at the flashbangs, not going to help out Levi's here. As Namsi, though, is going to be able to get 1, and he's going to get 2. That's going to be Basil out for the count. Divine are going to be able to start the day, guns blazing and getting 10 kills to boot.
20 points in the bag for Divine Esports. Just what an amazing start for them. They weren't in too much of the spotlights early on. They didn't get too much screen time, but towards the very end, they definitely solidified themselves as the team that deserves that chicken dinner. And I think Cerberus also deserves commendation alongside DIC Gaming for making it until the last stage, especially DIC Gaming, who have been caught in most of the heat throughout all of the phases. But also slightly credit to the 3-way conflict between the 3 Thai powerhouses, which ended in a massive slaughter fest, leaving them kind of vulnerable to the 3 Vietnamese team at the very end of the round.
Yeah, I think Cerberus could have done a lot better with HusKKiee maybe being a little bit more patient, but Divine already set up their team in that 2-2 split to really control that side already. So there's only a matter of finishing off the rest of the DIC Gaming. But yeah, that was an absolute crazy slaughter that was going on that southern side. First, it was QC 4 Horsemen holding the compound. Then you're going to get Golden Cat moving in to try and intrude, and they were going to get beaten off a little bit, but who was beaten off the most? Division X Gaming. They went to like, hey guys, let's come and party, and they got absolutely slapped down. And yeah, that was about it for there. But then Myth coming in there to make it that very well, it was an absolute pleasure to watch that 3-way fight between the 3 Thai teams.
Yeah, I like how they just, they had this non-verbal gentleman's agreement, like, oh, this Division X Gaming, not for non-nation, let's turn on them first and before we continue this conflict. And it's definitely an explosive way to start off the last day. We still have 4 more rounds to come, so cannot wait to see what these teams have in store for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. So big thanks to our sponsors that are bringing this event to you guys, namely Predator and, of course, our partner, PUBG Corporation. So this is all brought to you by Geek Events. We'll be taking a short break, and when we return, it's going to be round number 2.
Hi, this is your PUBG Sports Guide, Annie, of Weekly PCS. PCS Charity Showdown finally kicked off last week. Hope you guys enjoyed events. I can describe the last week of PCS Charity Showdowns, and it was the rebellion of underdogs. Strong teams, as well known, kinda struggled from all APAC, Asia, and Europe regions, since unexpected teams topped the list. APAC region made a start of PCS Charity Showdown on May 14th. Myth, consisting of Thailand superstars, got on the top for the first day, showing off their strong performances. On the second day, Archangel Predator, the only team from Philippines, showed their strength from a tremendous rise. Archangel Predator played PUBG professionally since 2018 and did pretty well in regional leagues, but they had no chance to compete in global events. However, they showed their strong performances and possibility in the global scene, earning 68 points with 3 chicken dinners in one day from their first global event. Division X Gaming and Golden Cat ranked 2nd and 3rd are chasing tight with the stable performances on both days. They have very tight points gaps in each other. The current leaderboard will fluctuate for sure. Please watch this week's game to see if Archangel Predator maintains its place or the new contender arises. A lot of PUBG Esports fans expected PCS Asia Charity Showdown would be the most competitive region. Korea and China especially are always strong in global events, and 3 teams are from PGC top 4 teams. To our surprise, 2 teams from the first time of participating in global competitions took the first and the second in PCS Asia Charity Showdown Day 1 and 2. First, Team Kursan finished first on the first day, winning the very first chicken dinner. Everyone was surprised because the team wasn't classified as a strong team. But what's more surprising is that Team Kursan is an amateur team consisted of office workers and students. The second day was Tiamba, and Tiamba. All 4 members were fragging out, scoring 79 points for 2 chickens. Shockingly, it is their first time in global competition. However, their strong performance originated from winning various third-party events in China. They also ranked in 3rd from the latest PCL. Gen.G, one of the strongest teams in PUBG Esports, seemed having a hard time on the first day after the fight over South George against Tiamba Gaming. However, they could come back with the stable performance as usual on the second day, showing various super plays. Even though they had no chicken yet, we all know that Gen.G always explodes at the end. 134 points with 85 kills in 10 matches? This is indeed a remarkable record. Will there be a dramatic reverse in day 3 and 4? Well, sports have no script, so let's see how it goes on PCS Asia Charity Showdown this week. The PCS Europe Charity Showdown kicked off with the group stage last Friday. Omakin Sports won the first chicken and took 82 points on the first day. Even on the second day, they showed decent performances and finished up to the first with 125 points total. Even though they've performed well in early 2020, like in GLL, they couldn't make it to PGS Berlin. However, they've bolstered their roster by adding Gen.G, so PCS Charity Showdown could be their turning point. Tempest, who earned the spot by winning EU West qualifiers, finished second with 118 points, winning 4 chicken dinners. Europe's top dog, FaZe Clan, finished first on their first day, but seemed to slow down the next day. However, in the final match, they won 18 kills chicken and finished third with 115 points. What a FaZe Sunday! There will be a group stage week 2 this week. We will see which teams will advance to the final. 16 teams are finally all set for PCS North America Charity Showdown, which starts this week. Along with 8 teams who made it to PGS Berlin Americas qualifiers, the rest of the 8 teams were decided through the round of 16 qualifiers last weekend. PCS North America Charity Showdown will be held for 4 days from May 21st, so don't miss it. Here's the broadcasting schedule for the second week of PCS Charity Showdown. PCS Charity Showdown for all regions will be provided with English broadcasts through Play Battleground Twitch and PUBG Esports YouTube channels, and also various languages in each regional channel. So stay tuned! I'll be back with the next weekly PCS. Bye!
No need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro.
Yum, yum.
Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster.
Oh, no.
Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing,
you would rather go extinct
than to ever leave.
Hi, this is your PUBG Sports Guide, Annie, of Weekly PCS. PCS Charity Showdown.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the PCS Charity Showdown. HusKKiee and myself, Play of the J, will be bringing to you more of the action. We've already had one pretty scintillating match, I have to say, that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that was the perfect build-up to an action movie. Quiet beginning, but very explosive ending with probably one of the most heated gunfights we've seen throughout the entire showdown. But let's check in on the results of that first game. We're gonna have the total leaderboard as well. Divine Esports 20 points to close out that round 1, getting the chicken dinner, followed by Myth with 11 after a absolute bloodbath against QC4 Horsemen, Golden Cat, and Division X Gaming. Cerberus also trailing with 11 points, followed by Division X Gaming with 9, and of course QC4 Horsemen, they themselves have 9 points in game 1.
Pretty good hauls right there. Buriram only able to get 6 points in this game. Archangel even less at 3. So likely this is going to really shake things up at the top of the standings. Let's see how the overall leaderboard looks like after match 1 today. Myth is going to be on top after being able to outscore Buriram United and Archangel. And not only that, look at 4 Horsemen. They're also jumping above Archangel. They dropped 3 places in 1 match.
Yeah, Archangel, they only got 3 points in that first game. Wasn't really... Still not, I thought they woke up from hibernation, but I guess that was not the case. Golden Cat's now got knocked all the way down to 8th place. This is just Thailand ruling the leaderboard at this point of time. Myth finally getting back their throne after having 2 days of missing out on that first place. Buriram United still following pretty close behind, and QC4 Horsemen, they are back in top 3.
At the start of the day, we said 10 points separating the top 5. Now it's 9 points separating the top 6. So this is getting even more exciting, ladies and gentlemen, as there's really any of these teams can so easily take it away. Okay, I say easily, but you can see how it happens. You know, you can easily... Okay, I'm using the word easily a little bit too much here, but you could find yourself getting 20 points, just like what Divine Esports did. Remember how we've been saying the last few days that Divine have not been showing up here for the Charity Showdown, and now they're within touching distance of the top of the table, and it looks very attainable. I think last round, it looked very controlled for them. They look calm and collected. I don't want to big them up too much just because we've seen what happens in the past, you know, when that kind of stuff happens. So let's just see how these teams are going to handle it in matches 2 to 5 today.
Yeah, this trajectory of the plane directly down south. I like this one. So split the map apart for both teams, and I think Archangel right now, they must be really feeling the pressure. Able to get a stellar performance on day 2. Day 3 was kind of lackluster, and with that start to that first round just now, they and finally seeing themselves drop out of that first place, even though they had Lady Luck on their side on Thursday. Must be really pressuring for them, but Jam's gonna try to run over Cozy. Grums, excuse me, but Grums managing to dodge that, but Canucks, they will find Sweet, so Farrell's not really off to a good start. This is a hit and run, but Sweet was like, I'm gonna help you with that, and it finishes off Grums. Farrell, they lose 2 guys at the start of the round.
Oh no, Grumps, he looked as though he might have gone away. He took one big knock there, but he took a bullet to the knee there, and he's going to go down. And looks like 4 Horsemen going to pick up early frag there. And looking at this zone, it's nice. I like it. It's going to be covering a lot of the south side. It's so hilly there that we just haven't really seen a lot of action down here. And look at how many teams are just not anywhere close here. Creatory, for once, are looking pretty good in terms of their early positioning here. Let's see how they can do. 1405, definitely having a lot better luck since day number 1, which, yeah, it seemed to be in very short supply.
Exactly. So now the leaderboard has kind of shifted back to how it was, with the exception of Buriram United in 2nd place. Myth is going to lead the pack once more, and QC4 Horsemen in 3rd place as they should be. Golden Cat now is going to replace QC4 Horsemen at the bottom of the barrel, at least for the top 8 contenders. And fortunately, Ferox, they are now stranded out in the open, far up to the north side. And this zone is, I would say, is kind of a Ferox's playground. They like to play in the hills, they like to play in the valleys and ambush passerbys. But the one time that the zone gives them the territory, they lose 2 men at the very beginning as they trade. As we're looking at them, 55 points at 15th place, almost at the bottom, with Creatory still maintaining that unfortunate position at 16th place.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think Creatory, there's not a lot that they can do right now. They're just so far away from just climbing one of the rungs on the ladder. So let's see if they can go out with a bang here on the final day of the competition. But Man, we are treated with such a tight race at the top of the table, and yeah, there are just so many other teams here that, you know, they don't have pressure on them anymore, so they can definitely just try and bring their A game to really just try and make it difficult for anyone else trying to play a little bit more on the serious side. Konexi is going to be taking a little bit of a slide there, but oh, look at that shot there onto Sweet Soul. That is definitely worthy of getting their first frag of the day. No, of this match in particular, that is.
Yeah, Buriram have gotten the opening frag for both games, and it's now Nikki trying to lay in a bit onto the passing horseman. Sfit will have his truck fired at, but QC Horseman will take the long run. Don't really want to get anywhere near to that urban area. Divine Esports are pretty spread out, but fortunately enough for them, there's no third parties, no second party even in that vicinity, as Kush will catch sight of Eddie, who does not have any intention of engaging Phoenix Gaming as of now.
Phoenix Gaming is one of those teams that they really need to try and be aggressive, otherwise they're not going to have a chance. But we know that they can do it. They took one win on day number 1. They've been getting a number of top 4 placings. They just need to try and take it to the rest of the competition here. I think Phoenix, a lot of the time we see them, they're maybe a little bit on the passive side, not really looking to take engagements. And I mean, I know I talked about how, you know, with this kind of point system, you're not necessarily supposed to be actively taking it, but I mean, they are really passive. They are like taking a step away from the curb here, and Zoidmate is going to take one step towards Kikamukau. He's going to go down, as that's the Australian counterpart going down here, and Fury Australia just not getting things going here.
Yeah, for the past 3 days, these 3 Australian teams just they don't seem to like each other. It's always internal fighting. You know, and a team gets knocked out until they focus on the other regions. But Atletico setting up another ambush party. This time the victim, instead of Ferox, it's gonna be Fury Australia. Going the long run towards Graveyard, which due to the nature of the circle, no one's gonna be here. Phoenix Gaming, I think they definitely have the element of clutching out a fight. Last game was unfortunate. They avoided Victim from the Future once, but second time was not the charm for them. So this time they are going to play by the coastline. Since they're already kind of in the safe zone, they're not going to be worried too much.
Oh, okay. Hung Vodich deciding to change direction here to try and get towards the rest of his team and rotate. They don't want to go all the way around the coastal line here. No, it's not uncommon to actually see that for this map, just because these kind of highways offer great means of rotation compared to, say, Erangel. Erangel, there are just not a lot of coastal roads all that will always fulfill the kind of purpose that you want, you know, just trying to have a safe rotation. But I think they're going for a little bit more speed here, as they do want to try and get into a little bit of a better spot.
They will have to pass through the 4 horsemen though. Sfit is going to catch wind of that. So we might see Sfit getting a freebie, a double freebie even, as immediately Cozy decides to turn to the right side, break line of sight. Sfit's not going to get that easy 2 frag. Nikos will be in the driver's seat. Just needs to keep the team alive for now after losing those 2 members. The fact that they made it into this safe zone without further conflict is a blessing in disguise. They find a second bike as well. They completely dodged the 4 horsemen, so Pharaoh's gonna make their way down south from the western side.
Oh, don't speak too soon. There are two of the 4 horsemen right here, and they might be able to spot them out here. A lot of damage being dealt. Konexi, Cozy here is going to be going down. Nico's trying to avenge here, but it's not going to happen as the AKM is too good there close up, as that is going to be it. Joeman will be putting those finishing touches there, and Ferox out here in the 7-minute mark, and you would have thought that they would have been able to get away after they drove past Spit, but I think he already alerted his fellow teammates of the possibility, and despite having 2 motorbikes, I guess they didn't hedge enough of the risk.
This is tragedy in a nutshell for Ferox. Like they tried their best. It was not the opening that they want. No, they had 1 member gunned down by Buriram United. Another one almost ran over by a car, and the other 2 died on a motorbike. So they'll just have to sit this one out as and hope that the other teams mess up the standings a bit more for the front runners, especially QC4 Horsemen, who have gotten themselves at least 3 kills. Entirely credits to Ferox.
Absolutely. And now, looking at this tanking of blue damage, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue here for Bariram. Now, the fact that they are taking... Oh, no! Tonke! It's going to be 14:05. He's finally going to get some good karma here at the start of the round. Tonke getting caught there with his pants down. Oh, no. It's really not working. And now Honvoya is also going to be another one of the teams inside the blue. And just having enough looting here in the first phase, they're definitely going to have enough meds and stuff. But Tonke, oh, no.
It's pretty weird that he was kind of at the middle of the mountain all alone with his bike. But slightly unfortunate for Golden Cat losing that sole member early on. This circle closes down to the southwest side of Los Leones, so pretty much an open warfare with half a plain land and half valleys and mountains for these teams to work with.
Cheers! Your bike! No. Yeah, this looks exactly like JJ Leo in the previous round. Jayers, what are you doing? Well, anyways, never mind. He's gonna still be able to get it, and luckily for him, he doesn't have to worry about people or in the near vicinity. But currently, there's going to be a little bit more contraction of the positions for all of these teams. We are seeing that the zone is going to be converging all of these high ground areas. Currently, Kuritori is still going to rotate a little bit more, trying to find a better spot to try and reconvene. And you could see there's just really not a lot of hard cover in this area, and that's why you're seeing so many scattered teams here just trying to hold whatever decent positions, whether it's terrain or actually a little shack or something here, to just try and get ahead of everyone else.
So a lot of teams are going through the mountainous valley, Golden Cat being one of them. I'm gonna drive. This pretty much all of the areas are cleared for now. I think the teams are starting to set up shop in whatever position that they deem is safe for them. Divine Esports, though, they are taking over this abandoned plant, and they might see DIC Gaming passing by once more. We've seen this conflict in round 1, and it might be a reenactment of that.
This high ground next to Chumacera might be a little bit too far away for Divine. That it's going to be difficult. They already have DIC Gaming, who's going to be able to scope them in. They're already taking these pot shots at Day Trade as well, who's going to be on the other side of this chasm. So that's still something that's going to maybe bite them in the butt a little bit later on. But hey, if you can do a little bit of chip damage now, you might as well. Look at Namsi. He's going to actually be bugging out. Oh, my goodness. Jayers, didn't we just see this just now? I thought you know how to put on the handbrake. Okay. To be fair, I know it's a little bit difficult, but look at that. He didn't even have to do anything, and it fell upright right there.
Second time in a row that the bike was uncooperative, but Myth quickly regrouping. And you can look at the total standings on the left. It's going to be Myth still kind of leading, with 123 points, but the 4 Horsemen are catching up after that 3 frags. That place is going to move pretty soon. Myth making it to the edge of that safe zone, so they do have a lot of shelter and a lot of compound to work with. This terrain is pretty treacherous for any teams trying to contest them.
Myth, because they came in so late, they're actually going to be just hanging around the periphery here of Los Leones. It's not really going to be that far inside. And good thing they do. They got some bandits here in the form of Atletico, who's going to be able to see anyone trying to withdraw from Los Leones. That's why they're just really all just looking that direction here as they want to try and see how things are going to be closing out. So still going to be quite a few teams not being quite central, but there's, again, not going to be a whole lot of spots. But yeah, it's just going to carry on converging, and this is going to be very mountainous warfare coming right up.
Yeah, and DIC, they're actually caught between at least 4 squads, and they're doing a 2-2 split as well. You can see the 4 Horsemen and Cerberus, they're making their way in. The entirety of QC4 Horsemen have already started rotating through the mountains. So DIC, they are kind of living on borrowed time if they don't find a way out of this predicament. They will have to deal with Divine Esports first, as they were already flushed out. Initially, they were not really in the spotlight, as Divine Esports were locked in combat with Cerberus, but I think DIC Gaming showed themselves, Fury Australia. It's going to be spotted out by Atletico Flood. Let's see Ronan departing with that buggy, but he should be fine for now.
Atletico looking to prey on another one of the Fury Australia players here. Not really working out in this instance, but oh, looks like Victim here is going to be taking a bit of damage from JJ Leo as they're all pushing towards this compound. Looks like they're looking for a fight here as they're all going to be moving here. They're not taking too much damage. JJ Leo is all by himself.
Oh
The
my
nade's
goodness.
not really going to be helping him out. Anquan is nearby, but he's going to have a lot of problems. Teddy is going to actually be tanking more of the damage here, but JJ Leo is to hold off all of these 3 players here. This could be devastating if they are not going to be taking their time here, but it depends really on the kind of utility. Look at the smoke popping out here. JJ Leo is going to buy himself some time.
Yeah, and Teddy goes for a direct rush, and it might work out. Yes, backup coming in, and they finally managed to finish off JJ Liu. So Victim from the future getting the last laugh in that exchange, and DIC they immediately relocate themselves, but they don't want to give this compound away. It's going to be Anquan killing off Man, bringing this is actually down to a 3 versus 3. Tony fights RDK boss as well, but they also lose 74 L1. Both teams now, it's going to be a 2 versus 2 with 1 member down. It's definitely going to end in a superior team. I don't think any of them want to back off at this point as they start throwing out those utilities. Tony does get spotted out by Teddy, but he wins on the gunfight from the low ground. And it's up to Entry Frag to salvage the situation for his team.
You wouldn't imagine the entry fragger would be the last person standing here, but there you have it, and it's going to be a 2-on-1 situation for the time being. DIC looking like they want to just try and see, can they seal this kill here? But this whole RDK boss on the ground, but it looks like DIC Gaming doesn't want to try and let this go by the wayside. They want to try and push in as fast as they can. But look at how many smokes there are there. This is just really going to absolutely deter them from going there. Instead, DIC Gaming going to be opting for a little bit of the resetting here, but it's ultimately still going to be in their favor. 3 versus 2, as of course only JJ Leo, after he was trying to hold off the entire push, is going to have enough backup from the rest of his team members.
Yeah, they eventually have to settle the scores because this circle is right down towards the south side. A lot of mountains. They even have a supply crate dropping right in front of Golden Cat. So Victim from the future and DIC will have to conclude this showdown pretty soon. DIC really not too stingy with those utilities, constantly just throwing things out. Noadra dies off screen to the blue zone as IQ 500 downs Kanoxi. This is not a good beginning for Bourbon United. They already lose 2 guys.
Now looking at the kind of crossfire setup here, they just don't want these DIC gaming players to try and do anything. They know if they can delay them enough that maybe they might just reconsider and just carry on. But I think both of these teams are probably not going to be able to disentangle themselves from this one. They want to really try and finish the other team off. Teddy with no helmet or rather not much armor left to speak of here. He's going to be the one in the corner waiting for them to move through. But with that another smoke there, you know, I'm not really sure they're going to really be able to push in here all too quickly. But looking at the number of flashes that are coming in here, all the utility being used by entry fraggers going down here, it's a 1v3 here. I'm not sure whether they kept up in the kill feed, but they're going to probably know that the other players up here in the corner. It's a whole hide and seek here in the smoke, but he can't get out.
Teddy was probably half blinded by the end of that as VTF finally got taken out, but now we can turn our attention between to QC4 Horseman and Phoenix Gaming as Hungvo Dish will be down, Dr. Logi eliminated as Tony, come on. This is not even a surprise anymore. He knocked out Anquan once more, but Sweat will be able to kill off Hungvo Dish at the end. Meanwhile, since like Arcade Predator, they're taking it straight to Myth for stealing that first part away. They also down Darkman's as Mad Dogs had his sight on Minoru's car. They will have to eventually make a rotation as Anquan dies because Tony knocked him down. That is just inexcusable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say anymore here, but it looks like Mad Dog, he's going to catch one here. It's now a 1v1 between Myth and Archangel Predator, Minoru and Killa. Going to be the last ones left here after they've been trading blows seemingly forever. But Killa, he's on a tear. He's not even caring about Minoru. He's actually just opening up here onto Day Trade. He's also got Atletico nearby, so he's not really doing himself any favors. But currently, Myth in the lead. leading Archangel, and they're actually going to take down Killa as well. Minoru is going to be happy with that, but he's probably going to be facing the barrel of elimination here as Gutris and Daytrade are going to be opening up here. He's got nowhere to go. He's tanking the blue damage, but he takes down Gutris.
Oh my goodness, such accuracy, and he's even going to heal himself up in time, but it's a long jog into the safe zone, and Minoru, he cannot stop running, and Flash knows that, has him in his scope, and there we go, Myth also taken out. So by the end of everything, at least Myth is also out early. DIC Gaming gets wiped out by QC4 Horsemen. The front runners from round 1 not really having a good game so far. Only the Horsemen, even the Horsemen are down to I think the last three members.
Yeah, so 4 Horsemen and Buriram United still going to be in the game here, leading things, but we already have a number of contenders going to be out, but Divine Esports are going to fancy their chances. Turtle is going to probably bleed out. There's not really much that they can do, given the kind of distance involved here, but actually 7 kills already on the board for the 4 Horsemen. It's looking pretty good for them, but they are all the way here on this southwestern side. It's still going to be hard for them to really try and get past. There's Phoenix Gaming right here. It looks like Greeny spotting him out. Oh, he gave away his position without having a good shot.
Yeah, that was slightly careless from Greeny, but now the attention from 4 Horsemen are actually on Kush. So Greeny still has a bit of room to work with as he rotates around, but the mountainous terrain is just not the best spot if you are on the low ground. So QC4 Horsemen are on high alert. Phoenix Gaming, they not really sure if they want to take on the 4 Horsemen or run into the safe zone, because they definitely do have the advantage of making it into the circle. But right now it's going to be Divine Esports running into Cerberus as Inside opens out on Daytrade off screen. Daytrade already losing 2 members, but they want to take on this fight. The Molly gets lobbed out. Flash is going to burn to death. Pretty much the flashbangs will be expended by Daytrade, who just desperately wants to save Flash, but he is not going to make it. But he does manage to get revenge onto Inside as he was isolated in that shack. So Daytrade will at least be able to get something in return, but Atlantic are waiting in off screen, downs Ronan. So Fury Australia getting the short end of the stick.
Yeah, they are getting focused on by these 2 different teams. Not looking good for them. But now Divine actually spreading themselves thin just as Cerberus is actually on their doorstep, moving up the hill. Now, this could be a little bit of a mistake here, but Nikki is going to be holding the fort. He's waiting to see what else is happening. Namsi and Levi's might be able to get enough cover, but Hayasaki is trying to get whatever angles that he can in his favor. Nikki's just got nowhere to go. 1 nade, and he is going to be absolutely taken out, but we're already seeing the movement coming out on that western side now from Cerberus. They're going to have some good shots in a bit here, but Joeman starting to take a little bit of damage himself.
Unfortunately, Nikki will have to put full trust into Levi's and Namsi, but I think Levi is also spot out. They have Creatory behind them. This is going to be a pretty tough fight. The 4 Horsemen are on the northeastern side as well. Suban is going to go for a rush into Nikki's arms. And Nikki will get that first kill, but now Cerberus giving away most of the position. Divine Esports should be able to work with this information as of now. The utilities are being thrown right out. Haisaki will be the second one to check, but then the smoke grenade perfectly masked the location of Nikki. But not for long as the blue zone closes in. Nikki is going to be taken out eventually, but Basil will take some fire from IQ 500, so Cerberus now have to deal with 2 teams at once.
Yeah, and looks like the 1 player here going to be sacrificed for Divine Esports, so only 2 left each for Cerberus and Divine. Now, with the Namsi and Levi's, they've already managed to get in here, but oh, now they're taking fire here from the high ground, but Smell is going to be the one who's going to finish off Levi's, and right now, it does look like Divine's challenge here at the top of the table is going to be a little bit in jeopardy. Currently, 4 Horsemen also facing the pressure here. Sixtack's going to take down Spit. There's only going to be Joeman here. He's actually popping out over the top to see what else he can do, but looking at the shots, that was real long range there coming out from Golden Cat.
So unlucky for Spit. He sees Cerberus, but it was Golden Cat who got the long shot. So definitely catching the 4 Horsemen off guard. Namsi now is forced into this conflict. He's the only one alive, and I don't think he's going to live on for long. IQ 500 will be the one finishing off. Creatory knocking out Divine Esports as the bloodbath now is going to ensue between Buriram United and Phoenix Gaming off screen. It's up to Eddie, the last man alive, trying to take on Phoenix Gaming. Creatory having such a good vantage point. Smell and Haisaki will be under fire as IQ 500 is going to lob a really long range frag. not able to kill off anyone, so he'll finish it with his gun instead. ZigZag still smells away, but Cerberus will be knocked out in 10th place.
Looking at that vantage point that Creatory's got, the 2-2 split is working well in their favor. They're covering quite a lot of surface area right now, but there's going to be Eddie here. He's the last player for Buriram. He's the last... I'm not sure is QC4 Horsemen still in, but now it does look like Buriram, this is going to be very much their last chance here. Greeny is going to be trying to challenge in this 1v1, but can't quite get the shots there. But Eddie now is caught out in the open. He has to try and navigate through this one here carefully, but he's taking a lot of damage. But he finally makes it to the tree. He's trying to see, can he get the connection here on the Greeny? But Greeny is going to be playing this pretty well here, not taking any damage. And oh, that's forcing Eddie to already heal. Greeny can get the angle, and he's going to finish off the Buriram United player.
So unfortunate for Eddie. Like, he needed that kill to get a better placement for his team, as Buriram United might just fall off top 3, but Joxy just sees the butt of ZigZags, and there goes the golden cat. ZigZags will just be caught literally with his pants down, and Joxy might be able to find more. Tinoy gets down, but Maxanus with the backup will be able to finally finish off Joxy. Fury Australia also being eliminated, but Atletico, they're here to indirectly avenge their fallen Australians. As now Linksy joins in the fight and takes out Golden Cat. But Casto is there from Creatory, and Linksy now is going to be down. Creatory, they might have a chance to eliminate Atletico. It's up to just that one lone member from the Australian team to keep that his hope of his team alive. IQ 500 really showing up huge in this round 2.
Yeah, this is a real dog-eat-dog world, as Atletico now facing a lot of pressure here from the high ground after they were exacting some themselves to really finish off the rest of the Golden Cat players as well. But now looks like it's only going to be Extreme and Flood here, but they're attracting attention here. Division X Gaming moving in, but Sapao is going to be able to get the first knock here in this engagement. Extreme going down, only one left here for Atletico, but Creatory still having a great spot here. This is quite unusual to see them in the late stages of the game, but they're looking to make this game theirs, as reality is going to be a little bit further separated. He should be able to get some good angles going for the rest of his team, as now Division X Gaming trying to assault a little bit up the further up the hill, excuse me, as they want to really try and challenge Creatory's advantageous position.
Creatory still has the entire squad alive. This is the furthest that Creatory has ever made it into the later stage of the game. They're looking pretty strong with 6 kills. Atletico pretty spread out, only has 2 members alive. Phoenix Gaming with 1 remaining survivor as well. Division X Gaming, they have been pretty quiet for most of this round, but they are slowly coming in from the southeastern side.
I think they definitely want to play a little bit on the careful side. You know, when we look at all the other teams where they've gone for daring plays, like maybe one player going to the side or 2 players trying to establish a new beachhead, it hasn't really worked out for all these teams. They've been losing players here and there, but they've managed to keep that squad cohesion, and it's been working well for them. As let's not forget, Division X is 9 points off the top of the leaderboard at the start of this game, so they could definitely benefit while everyone else here is falling. But of course, QC4 Horsemen, they're still in this game as well. They were 5 points ahead, but looks like Sapao is going to be taking down 1405. Still going to be the first one to get knocked down by Creatory, despite there only being 5 teams left.
Exactly, but top 5 finish is not too shabby for Creatory, considering the fact that they have been consistently at the bottom of the standings for the entirety of the show match up to this point. But Creatory is going to slowly split out. They send Casto and IQ 500 to go on the hunt. Joeman is going to lay low for now, but Flood is actively looking around for a potential freebie, especially for Joeman. QC Forceman already with 7 frags. He wants to just get the placement points at this point, because QC Forceman, they're in 3rd place. They're not far away from Myth, who are at the top of the leaderboard currently. Just he watches 1405 pass by. Just a bit of more information for the Horsemen.
Joeman is crawling at a pace of 1 mile an hour here to try and get safely up the top of the hill, which is being ruthlessly patrolled here by the rest of Creatory. Looks like Flood here has exactly the same idea as really just no one wants to get between the likes of Division X Gaming and Creatory, but now looks like Flood here giving away his position. He lands some crucial shots there on a Castell, but currently there's going to still be a little bit of backup coming for him, but oh my god, he's actually stuck here between Division X Gaming as well. They are all going to be waiting there. He finds a little bit of a defilade there that's really going to benefit him for the time being. He's just on the edge of getting in the zone, but he's so scared for moving a little bit closer here into the zone.
Yeah, I think the moment he pops his head out, Division X Gaming would take it off. PCS Gaming already getting eliminated by NBK, and Flood still managing to get a bit of cover, but Division X Gaming feeling comfortable enough to push this assault. Flood only down to 54 HP. Creatory, they might come to pick him up though. The frag barely misses as somehow gets behind the tree and this entrenchment. Joman though takes out 1405. He finally pops out from its cover and gets a piece of the action, but he's going to take a bit of return fire. In reality, will finish off the remnants of 4 horsemen.
Oh, but now Division X Gaming finally moving up here. Sapao taking a lot of damage as they're trying to challenge the Creatory players. But Flood here has managed to move even closer. He might be the ace in the hole. He's the last solo squad member, but Castell and the rest of Creatory, they've been cut down a little bit here after they face Flood's incursion just a little bit earlier on. But Flood now caught decisively here between Division X Gaming and the rest of them. So this is going to be a little bit awkward. Currently, this is the final circle, and they are all being corralled towards the center. But both teams not really, well, both teams, I mean the teams which got the higher numbers here, don't seemingly have an advantage over one another.
Flood is just holding his breath at this point as Division X Gaming, they are very aware that there's this X factor in the form of Flood, as Flood will be forced to push even further into that safe zone, and there's nowhere else to go. So Sapa will finally put him out of his misery. Atletico getting a 3rd place finish, not too shabby. It's now going to be between Division X Gaming and surprisingly Creatory Esports.
Oh, well, it looks like Creatory going to be able to even things up, and more so. Castell getting down NBK as well. It is a 2-on-3 situation here, but looks like Reality taking down Long K as well. Can Creatory take their first win and best round by far here in some style? But looks like Reality is going down. It's a 1v2. Berger's trying to do what he can. He's seeing if he can land the shots. It's not going to happen there, as Castell is going to be able to do it, and Creatory, seemingly from the bottom of the table, is still going to come out victorious here over all of these teams vying for that champion spot with 11 kills.
Can you believe it? Creatory have been the anchor, you know, for the sunken ship for the entirety of the showdown, and they get a chicken dinner and they take out, you know, most of the front runners as well. This definitely a round that shocked pretty much a lot of teams and definitely a lot of viewers. But props to them for holding themselves together until the very end.
Yeah, well done to Creatory. Thanks for proving us wrong. And let's see if they can continue to assault up the top. Assault the further up the table. Excuse me. But yeah, I think now this is really just continuing to blow this championship race open. You know, I mean, we're always seeing all of these teams either stumbling to one another, and you know, they can't even try and focus each other too much on the battlefield unless, you know, it really just happens. You know, usually there's like only like 3 teams in contention maybe at this point of a tournament, and they could maybe actively try and find each other or not, you know. But like the likes of Archangel going down to Myth, and Myth going down straight away. Bariram also going to be going out. QC4 Horsemen with Joma making it through towards the end, but again, you know, not quite getting the kind of result that any of these teams need to try and blow open a bigger lead. Yeah,
and because of that, because Creatory Esports were the lone survivors, the last man standing at the very end with the chicken dinner, it means that the lead, the point differential between the front runners isn't that huge. It is still neck and neck, and up to this point, I don't think we can, you know, pinpoint a confirmed winner, which really makes the next 3 rounds ever more so interesting.
Absolutely. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. And when we return, we're going to be having our third match of the day. And we're going to be seeing the race for the championship continue to heat up. And can't wait to see how this is all going to transpire.
Get a kill in the air, shall we? Oh, I would love to see it, Memo. Do it. Do it. No way!
폭감 3킬.
폭감은 3킬! 폭이 없죠, 근데? 자, 하지만 나는 근처 최고의 스페셜리스트 언더다! 간다! 와! 오! 일로! 와! 오제레투스!
É contra o seu parceiro de equipe Memel, Nandinho.
A granadinha.
Olha a granadinha do mistério. Tacou. O quê? Lá em cima. O quê?
A little bit more time to develop here in El Azhar than the one did in Montevideo, but KJ.
Great angle for KJ to hold, knowing full well that over to his west, he's going to get another big plays here coming from Sadie's to Noardra, but they are absolutely dominating. They get another one.
さあこちらはエレメント36移動中ではありますがどうだ
Hello.
どうだ
와! 킴보니! 90픽! 설마요! 와! 킴보니! 자, 일단 HVZ já avistou primeiro, tá metendo. Toma cuidado, avistou primeiro, meteu bala, já conectou. Acertou o MG1, tá quase pegando o Magnata. Nossa, que bala! Pegou o Magnata e agora são 2 jogadores somente da equipe 14. O HVZ agora aqui. Olha, o Senna tá metendo bala ali. Foi pra bala. Quem que ia cabecear a bala, Nandinho?
Era ele mesmo.
Era ele? Então tá aí, HVZ! HVZ! Squad.
This is 鱼刃 Nice! Double kill!
Yet been able to find their entry into this circle wildcard. Oh, sharp shot! You see swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞춰거든요. 자, 이전에 못 시켰는데 고각수류탄 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각수류탄. 자 위로. 오우. 요. 자 이제 하나 더. 와! 슈퍼 플레이 나오네요. 진짜 울트라.
Hey, you guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company and vehicles just come rolling. No, Budgie! What? He lived somehow, some way. It's a world shot. This is chaos incarnate. Microphone gets taken down his through.
厉害，这个厕所里面有人，但是他不知道一个
哎呦，打了个
飞身进
屁股！
去。
哎呀，好痛！这种角度真的很痛。
关键是他还是背着进去的，这是倒车入库。
背刺达人，国良。
最后他
兄弟又来一个，
补吗？一手蹬到底，没子弹了，还有12发，哇！
啊，第3个人呢？
你在干什么呀？ 여욱 선수가 혼자 남아있고 여기 살리고 연막 쪽으로 소리 들렸죠 방금? 여기 있나요? 지금 불편한 동물을 가든 아니! 몰랐어요!
Have the numbers, which is starting to come back on the side. Stacy's just holding the angle. He does go down from some good shots from McCoy. He jumps out of the building. His grenades go through. He spins back around on this angle. Steps around back behind him. Picks up another one. All right, McCoy. I see what you're working with. Happy birthday to you. And he picks up on 4.
I'm trying to throw the pan. They're trying to pan him. They're actually trying to pan him. They got him! H3 got him! Get a kill in the air, shall we? Oh, I would love to see it, Memo. Do it. Do it. No way!
폭감 3킬.
폭감은 3킬. 폭이 없죠, 근데. 자, 하지만 나는 근접 최고의 스페셜리스트 언더다. 간다.
와.
오! 1로. 오제 투스.
É contra o seu parceiro de equipe, Memel, Nandinho.
A granadinha.
Olha a granadinha do mistério. Tacou. O quê? Lá em cima. O quê?
A little bit more time to develop here in El Azhar than the one did in Montevideo, but KJ.
Great angle for KJ to hold, knowing full well that over to his west, he's going to get another big plays here coming from Sadie's to Noardra, but they are absolutely dominating. They get another one.
さあこちらはエレメント36移動中ではありますがどうだ
Hello.
どうだ
와! 김건희! 90픽! 설마요? 와! 김건희! 자, 일단 HVZ já avistou primeiro, tá metendo. Toma cuidado, avistou primeiro, meteu bala, já conectou. Acertou o MG1, tá quase pegando o Magnata. Nossa, que bala! Gol Magnata e agora são 2 jogadores somente da equipe 14. O HVZ agora aqui. Olha, o Senna tá metendo bala ali. Nossa. Foi pra bala. Quem que ia cabecear a bala, Nandinho?
Era ele mesmo.
Era ele? Então tá aí, HVZ. HVZ. O squad.
送成漂亮 ，This is 鱼刃 ，Nice double kill。
Yet been able to find their entry into this circle wildcard. Oh, sharp shot! You see swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞추고 있거든요.
자, 기절을 못 시켰는데 고각 수류탄 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각 수류탄.
자 위로. 오우. 야. 자 이제 하나 더. 와.
triple Polino now.
Hey, you guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company as people just come rolling. No, Machi! What? He lived somehow, some way. And it's a monster. This is chaos incarnate.
And welcome back to the PCS Charity Showdown for APAC. Today is the final day, and we are 3 rounds away from crowning our eventual champions and the new kings of this region. I'm HusKKiee, and I'm joined by none other than Play of the J.
It is absolutely neck and neck, and we honestly can't really see who is going to be able to come out with it, but we are excited to see every minute of the action and the drama all along the way. But let's take a look at our previous matches results here. Does it get a little bit of a better picture here? But of course, Creatory, bottom of the table, they managed to get a real solid result here, and they're going to post 21 points right there. And that might be enough for them to get ever so closer to overtaking Ferox. 4 Horsemen, of course, going to be getting 12 points still. They're the ones among the top leaders here who are able to put together some solid points. And Atletico going to round up the top 3, also getting 12.
Yep, and let's also take a look at the overall score. It's going to be QC Horsemen now finally. After 4 days, they made it onto the first place. Myth only got 1 point in the previous round. Barium United only got 3 points, so these 2 teams will be bumped right down. Myth will still be in second place as they had more frags compared to Division X Gaming, but 124 points neck and neck. So Division X Gaming, they are finally finding their groove again, catching back up, whereas Barium United will have to settle for 4th place, and Archangel Predator still in 5th.
Division X Gaming, they could have gone for an even greater points haul to really overcome the other teams here at the top of the table. But it didn't really happen, you know, and I have to think that they were playing very passively. Of course, we were talking about it during the course of match number 2, that, you know, they are playing very close together, very coordinated. Yep, there's definitely good teamwork there, but I think they didn't quite have the same level of ambition as maybe some of these other teams might have shown at different points during the tournament. I think the 4 Horsemen, you know, with whatever players that they have left, they are willing to scrap for whatever it is. And what saw them get to the top of the leaderboard at points on day number 1 is going to make them come back here to the top of the summit.
Yep, and unfortunately, Golden Cat is slowly slipping away from even having a chance to contest that top 3 leaderboard. Is 30 points separating them and QC4 Horsemen. So we're now looking more towards the top 6 instead of the top 8. Myth still kind of trying to ascend that mountain. Game 1 was amazing for them. Game 2 was the complete opposite. Maybe this game is going to be in their favor. Maybe third time's going to be a charm.
Yeah, so now, well, third time's the charm is definitely going to have to be the feature here, especially since this is our last round that we will be playing on Miramar for the Charity Showdown. So there's not really a lot of opportunities to, you know, hide your strats. You might as well pull them out now, you know, unless you want to try and save them for the next competitive cycle. But the plane here is going to look very similar to match number 2. It's going to go straight all the way down south, just going to be a little bit towards the eastern side. And we're already going to be getting very similar patterns, DSE Gaming. Not really going all the way to Power Grid. Some of them are going to be a little bit scattered here, probably just going to be getting further vehicles.
Yep. For once, DIC will have to work with not being able to go to Power Grid immediately, but they do have the 4 Horsemen following pretty closely behind them. Subban will be the first one to spot out a vehicle for his team. So this Cerberus have been slowly, surviving until the later stages of the game, even though they are in the second half of the leaderboard. But they have been making waves nonetheless.
Right now, Fergus gonna be looking for a little bit of real estate for his own, but oh, we've got a treat of a circle here to close things out. This is pretty much as little playable area you can get for phase 1 of the zone on this map. You know, I mean, this is pretty extreme in that sense. And again, we haven't seen this one here either. But now we're seeing Banautica here taking a little bit of damage here from 1405. He's definitely going to have a little bit more gusto after Creatori's successful win in the previous game. And again, Day Trade, they're not that much further ahead of Creatory. Now the gap between them is 16 points. So definitely playing for a little bit of bragging rights right here.
Exactly. Yeah. No, like Creatory probably got tired of being in last place, and see if they can carry the momentum from game 2 to round 2 to round 3. Division X Gaming 124 points, at ranked number 3, but the top ranking now a bit shifted a bit once more. QC4 Horsemen being the first, followed by Myth and Division X Gaming. Even the Q rankings, CJ finally dethroned, and it's going to be Sapao at the top of the fragging list.
Yeah, CJ was super scary on day number 2, but has been slowly tapering off in terms of the performance. But then you could say that for the entire team. But we can't count them out just yet. They are still within a stone's throw. But albeit now it is 10 points in the opposite direction, as they Archangel boys, they were leading by quite a margin after day 2's performance. But in any case, you know, these teams, they're still trying to pull out all the stops. Divine, they tried some ambitious plays in the previous game, leaving maybe a few of their members behind to fight against the whole of Cerberus. And then at the same time, they were like under the full purview of Golden Cat, shooting at them from long range. And then they had Creatory in front of them, you know, so they didn't really have that concerted effort that, say, for example, Division X had, you know. But we need to see like a team exhibiting, like, you know, both sides, you know, like ambitious play together with a little bit more cohesiveness, or knowing exactly when to, you know, slow things down or to group a little bit further up.
And I think that is best demonstrated by QC4 Horsemen. They have been pretty consistent even on their bad days. Ferox now ranked 15 instead of Day Trade. Game 2 was a disaster. They had to sit out more than half an hour because they got taken out so early on. This time, judging from how they dropped, they actually kind of encircled Day Trade on the perimeter of the valley, but there was no direct conflict. So lucky for Ferox that they didn't run into any squad. They would have easily picked them off as stragglers.
Absolutely. And now we are actually going to be seeing Ferox going to be a little bit scattered out. Now, thing is, with this kind of circle, when you know that it's going to be a little bit more awkward, you kind of want to try and move as fast as possible. And we're definitely seeing that here from Archangel, and they're going to do so with just one vehicle secured. But it's proving to be enough of a motivating factor here. They're going to already be in motion, try and secure something a little bit later on. But they're changing their mind a bit here. They're actually going back further north here, but they're going to run straight into Atletico if they're not careful. They're already coming down the road, but they have to get the vehicle as fast as they can. Mad Dog here, he's caught out in the open, and now we got full Mad Max Warfare. Killer is going to go down. Extreme is going to get him, but Flood is going down Mad Dog instead. But it is going to be Killer who's going to be finished off first. Mad Dog with just a fraction of HP, but CJ is coming to the rescue. He's going to get one knock, while Mad Dog finally going to be losing that one extra HP, but now it's not going to be working out so well. CJ, last person left here after Calb's also going down to Zoidmate.
An absolute tragedy for Archangel Predator, and CJ, now he has to clutch this out. He was the person that the team could rely on, but maybe in this situation he has to make a run for it. Sorry, Mad Dog, this is not going to be the time to play good teammate. CJ he just have to survive. Archangel Predator, they saw that lone bike in the middle of the highway, but they definitely did not see Atletico driving straight at them. And seems like the Aussies got a better drive-by. And Archangel, they didn't even kill off a single member of Atletico. That probably is the part that pains them the most out of this entire conflict.
Yeah, I think at the start of that, they did manage to knock one of them down straight away, just as they had knocked down Killa, but which was pretty cool if you could look at the fact that all 4 of Atletico members were in motion in the vehicles, in different vehicles, so they changed seat and still got the shots off there. But yeah, I think it could have gone a lot more smoothly in terms of getting the bite. You could see Mad Dog straggling there. They were ready to roll. They had the 2 fastest vehicles in the game, to be able to get out from that sticky situation. But yeah, it really cost them, you know. I mean, I know that they couldn't have known Atletico was coming down, but yeah, it's just one of those things like, are you in the car yet? No. Are you in the car now? You know, so yes, and yeah, you always have this kind of issue happening.
Yep, but Linksy fell to his, well, almost to his death. He's going to be incapacitated for now. Not really sure what happened there after winning a huge fight against Archangel Predator. But we turn our attention now to another Australian team, Fury Australia. Kamukau does see Maxonus from Golden Cat running up the hill near the supply crate. So that Frey is going to bounce right past Maxonus, as Maxonus will also lay down his own smoke grenade. Meanwhile, IQ 500 is going to gun down Puchos, who tries to go for a really sneaky ring around Rosie, but he will lose his life in return.
And this is the most southern point as well that you can try and rotate past. So yeah, I think like he tried to be super risk adverse, but yeah, they came to bite him in the butt with 14:05 waiting right there on the beach. But now it looks like everyone else is going to be a little bit more scattered here for Creatory, as Day Trade also going to be able to get through the gap, so to speak, here. But now Eddie and the rest of Birmingham, well, it's actually just Eddie. I'm not too sure where the rest of the team are. Maybe he's just trying to scout out a little bit ahead of the pack here before they finish up with their looting.
Mady now is going to really enjoy his bike ride, but as I say that, he is going to be under fire from Creatory once more. Able to somehow break line of sight, and he should be able to rejoin with his team, who are further up north. It's going to be Flash and Venautica waiting for him.
Oh, looking at the shots from Castell. He's landing so many of them here. Zoidmate is a fraction of HP, but he's going to get in with that terrain cover just in time. Now he just has to make sure he doesn't fall off, taking too much damage. So 3 HP. He has got to be thanking his lucky stars for that one here. As yeah, he's definitely the vanguard for the rest of Atletico. And still cutting off a whole bunch of playing area here.
Yeah, we are literally playing with almost a 40% ocean and unplayable land. But Phoenix Gaming are so far up at the eastern side. They are going to have a bit of a problem trying to cross into this safe zone. This is so saturated right now. They do got to get themselves a boat, so they can sail through the ocean, but they'll have to kind of be ready to be embraced by Burham United, as Creatory somehow just being the coast guard for this southern side.
Quite rare to see boats being used for rotation strategies here on Miramar, but I mean, it happens. It's not quite as rare as a circle finish on the island here, but it looks like Levi's is going to be able to take down RDK Boss. He's not going to be able to strut his stuff anymore in this game number 3, but look at Myth here. They're going to be looking to put the hurt on the victim from the future here. Mon taking quite a bit of damage, but he's going to get in there just in time. Entry frag, no!
No! Oh my goodness. Yeah, that a lot of tragedies today. A lot of unfortunate events. How like I find it hard to understand, to comprehend the fact that it's possible for you to get knocked down by your own vehicle after jumping out. But that's the end of entry frag. Victim from the future not looking too hot. It's only Man left alive.
Oh dear goodness. Well, anyways, I think that is absolutely well, you hate to see it, you know. Reality though, it's taking damage. Look at 3 players here, all knocked down by Atletico. They are cleaning house. The winners from last round are not able to have enough consistency here. It would seem to be able to maintain the squad strength, but look who's pushing in here. 74 L1 looking to push back the attacker here. And looks like he's going to be able to take down Grumps. And that's a...
I would say it's Creatory. They were winning out against Atletico. They were able to pick off the members, but Extreme was hard carrying the team. And as I say that, Casta will down him. So Atletico not looking too hot right now. They might even get knocked out. It's between 1 versus 1 affair. Zoidmate able to get to Extreme for now, and they have Cast out cornered at that lone building. Cast out actually, I think, is going to be able to get himself a boat. So Zoidmate will be able to get to Extreme. But Zoidmate, able to get to Extreme for now, and they have Cast out cornered at that lone building. Cast out actually, I think, is going to be able to get himself a boat. So try to push right in. He has that frag grenade. If he might land this though. Zoidmate coming out the top. And it's going to be Creatory Esports getting annihilated by Atletico, but not before Zoidmate takes a grenade in the knee. Extreme will repay the favor by resuscitating him as Phoenix Gaming finally makes it to shore. Well, the lone island where they will have a free reign of supplies before making a second rotation. Ferox will now push onwards into the territory of Cerberus.
Cerberus currently only going to have 2 people here. They're kind of packing their bags here. They're going to be looking to see if they can get, or at least put the position here into a little bit more fortuitous. But it's not going to be. It's going to be Ferox appearing right in front of them. They straight away take down HusKKiee. There's only going to be Stubog trying to push them away. He manages to take down Sweet Soul to 1v2. He's running around, but it's not going to work out for them. That building's far too small, and that is going to be Ferox claiming those 2 kills here, and they're going to be able to get their player back up here. So that's a nice, oh, look at the circle. We are in for a treat as Puerto Paraíso is seemingly going to be where we're going to see all of this go down. And yeah, it looks like Phoenix Gaming, they're still going to even have a little bit of their island still inside.
Yeah, we might see some Mission Impossible action from Phoenix Gaming. They have been completely off the radar the entire game. No one has spotted them out just yet. No one knows where they are. It's going to be in for a surprise, and Nikos will finish off HusKKiee. I think Cerberus, they definitely bit off more than they can chew. Basil is probably the only guy alive for Cerberus, as Phoenix Gaming makes another huge rotation. But Birmingham United, they are not too far away, as they also just barely makes it to the edge of the coastline. Phoenix Gaming will take refuge right now at the harbor.
CJ is still in the game here for Archangel. Man, do they need to put something together here? Look at the stunts here. But that's exactly what CJ needed to do. He just needs to get into Puerto Paraíso ASAP and just stay here. But he's got 2 Atletico members here. But now 74L1 and Unquan are going to be under fire here. 74L1 having no luck. He's going to straight away get taken down.
Oh,
United
no,
looking for 1 more here. And now Noradra is trying to see what he can do. He's gone for a swim here. He's got nothing else he can do.
Oh, Unquan forced to take a dip, but yeah, he is going to submit to his fate at this point. They're still trying to fish for him though, like bombing, like back in the old days where you try to bomb fishes. As the ambush catching Unquan off guard, and he will rather drown than give it away to Birmingham United.
Yeah, definitely worth the attempt there at the redneck fishing, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen here. Mondo is going to get finished off, as that is it there from Victim from the future. As yeah, we've really not seen a lot of good stuff from them in this round. I think, yeah, the wrong kind of highlight reel, but it looks like Buriram United going to be under pressure here. But Namsi takes a big one there. He's going to have to back off just a little bit, and now CJ is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yep, CJ is stuck in the stable. Have to pretend that he is a domestic beast for now. Just needs to lay low as Atletico. They are breeding right beside him. Nikki also gonna make a run for it, but he's gonna be under fire from Ferox, who's gunning him down from behind. Nikos and Cozy are looking for this lone member of Divine Esports, and Nikki is gonna be ready to take the fight. Nikos gonna run uphill right into the waiting arms of Nikki, but Darkspectre are just in time. Nikos will eventually win out, and Nikki, well, not so lucky right there. He will be eliminated, but this circle will finally close in. No more Ocean to play with, as CJ seemingly being found out. Not before Godmel finish off JJ Leo. Birmingham United still holding their ground.
Buriram United, currently, they are a little bit off the pace, but not a huge amount. They only need to get 8 points. Well, it was an 8-point gap between them and Four Horsemen earlier on, but now it looks like more connections here onto Canaxi, as Divine Esports firmly want to try and stop this rotation coming out from the Thai team here. But it looks like CJ is doing it all by himself. He takes down Zoidmate, as he's going to be claiming that lead over the likes of Atletico here as he defends his stable.
Yeah, it's still 1 more Atletico member for CJ to deal with. As Divine Esports, they want to finish off Birmingham United, but they were not able to get the vision, so they will let Birmingham United off the hook, at least for now, as they're going to drive further into the safe zone. But Birmingham United pretty happy with that the final frag grenade, the parting gift, didn't really connect onto any of the members. So It's going to put this confrontation to a halt for now. But CJ, you really have to give props to this man when he's somehow still clutching it out for his team. Suiso will drive straight into mid though, and I'm not sure if he can survive that.
Yeah, I think he was trying to move in really nice and late here, but he's attracting all the wrong attention here. But it's going to be Kikamukao who's going to be able to catch him. So a nice little bit of a friendly exchange between the two Australian teams that we've seen countless times over the course of the 4 play days. But now it looks like Lonke, though, is going to be feeling it here. He's got nowhere to run, and Flash is going to be able to knock him down.
Oh, things are starting to get heated up as Division S Gaming getting ambushed by Daytrade. Mady has such a good vantage point from the top. This is literally his personal watchtower at this point. This providing a lot of cover at line of sight. Sapao will have to take this entrenchment for now. Just unload a bit onto Flash, but constantly has to be aware of Mady though. Someone needs to take out that sniper, and Division S Gaming, they don't have the position or the manpower to do that.
But at the very least, they do manage to get up Lonke here. But oh my goodness, Extremes get absolutely destroyed here by the push coming in from Phoenix Gaming, who are looking to exterminate all of the inhabitants of Puerto Paraíso, one player at a time. But looks like Division X, they don't want to try and deal with Daytrade anymore. They're going to bug out here as they make it across the road just in the nick of time.
Yep, unfortunate for Letico. They wanted to push into CJ. They lost Zoidmate, and Extreme makes a rotation away from CJ, giving a lot of respect to that man, and gets scouted out by Phoenix Gaming instead. As Phoenix Gaming finally making their entrance after 3 phases of hiatus. They are now in the thick of things, and they are also kind of slightly opening fire onto Division X Gaming. They are coming in hot.
Yeah, and there's still not a lot of teams that are actually inside the town, and quite rightly so. But Sapao now being actually spotted out here by CJ, he's looking to see what other points that he can scrape together, because God knows that Archangel need to try and gather whatever they can. But yeah, after that early altercation with Atletico, who are not even in the game anymore, seemingly put them on this route. But looks like the circle here going to be shifting further south. CJ and Phoenix Gaming going to still be within here, but that's going to push Myth and Buriram United probably together with other leaderboard teams such as QC4 Horsemen.
Yep, Golden Cats being fired on by Phoenix Gaming as Tony is just trying to sneak by. As God Mouse will be making his descent, but Buriram United probably not spotting out this lone survivor of DIC Gaming. So Tony able to breathe a sigh of relief for now, but God Mouse is actually coming downhill. But not going to see Tony. And Tony is going to hold his trigger finger for now as Joe Man kills off Fury Insight from Fury Australia. Sapao downs Greeny. Friendly fire.
Right now, Myth here trying to assault a little bit more. Currently, they know the pressure is on. The circle is already out their doorstep, but looking at the push here as he's going to crash right into the compound. 2 of them going to be able to take down Jair straight away here. Minoru is going to feel it, though, that's going to be from that third-party team, but there's going to be Gems and Spit going to be putting the pressure. Escolucia here is going to get taken down. Homeboya going to use that brief moment of respite here, try and get the heal up. But there's still Duckmans in the back providing that long-range support. But he has to try and find a way to close the distance.
Yeah, Myth is the team with probably the biggest guts. They always drive straight into you. Most of the time it paid off. The only time it backfired was they tried to drive into Fury Australia and got obliterated. Buriram United finally getting control of this deserted building. Levi's will finish off by 6 stacks. Namsi pretty isolated from the rest of his team. Turtles also under fire from multiple angles, and Divine Esports are not in a comfortable spot. Whereas Buriram United, they drew the longer end of the stick, and they will have a bit of solace for now.
Namsi already withdrawing from the building, but it looks like Jebs here is going to be taken down. Myth have managed to get up Escolucia, but just as they've done that, Duckmans, though, is going to be taken out by Eternal, as that third party is going to take them out. But Spit is going to also be biting the dust here. Fury Australia trying to get in on the action here. Now, Myth is only going to have 1 player up. So it's going to be QC4 Horseman. Can Joman try and get through this? He's managed to confirm the kill there onto Escalucia, but these two remaining players here, this could really decide quite a bit here at the top of the table.
Yep, and Fury Australia really being a pain in the butt for both QC4 Horseman and Myth, and DIC Gaming will be finally taken out as Eddie smells out where Tony was, and you can see that Joman just playing really safe for now, just right beside the molly. He's going to slowly crawl back and heal himself up, but he's caught between Fury Australia and a Myth. It's going to be a one-to-one Mexican stand-up between Joman and the lone survivor of Myth. I believe it's going to be Hon Boya, but Fury Australia, they're not shy to stick their head in. The Darkmans will finally confirm the kill onto Gems, who bleeds out. But Namsi now gonna see the entire squad of Burn United. He doused the Wadra. Might be looking for more. He's fishing for the kills, but Burn United is gonna go for a push right into him. And Namsi will be out as QC4 Horseman will finally be taken out as well. Honboya not really taking that lightly as he turns out to Yukimukao at the same time, but it's not gonna be bearing too much fruition as Turtle will take out Myth.
Well, I dare say that he might have stolen that there from Fury Australia. They're the ones taking all the damage there. But yeah, we do see the top two teams bowing out already here. So Buriram is going to be licking their lips here at the prospect of being able to overcome the top two teams here. But CJ taking quite a bit of damage. He is not going to have a lot of time to work with here. He's got almost no life left. He just heals and he's already going to be feeling the burn. And yeah, I think this is pretty much going to be lights out here for Archangel Predator. Another round where they are really falling below expectations here. But it looks like Phoenix Gaming here have to remain so careful for most of the round. They're going to get shot at by MBK and the rest of Division X Gaming, and they're going to be facing the burn as they try to ascend the hill.
Yeah, they made such an aggressive maneuver and it's not really paying off. Division X Gaming, they were able to hold on to that precarious position for so long with all four members still alive, and Phoenix Gaming will fall prey to them. It's pretty unfortunate for Phoenix Gaming considering that they have been able to avoid much of these gunfights early on, but we're down to the last 6 squads. Birmingham United pushing uphill. It's going to be into the waiting arms of Golden Cat though, so they themselves will probably want to stay in the corner of the hill for now. Division S Gaming also have their sights on the Birmingham United, and they are going to be forced to push right in because of the blue zone.
Well, the AWM action there for Long K. MBK, though, is going to be the one to take down Konaxi. Eddie is going to follow suit. Buriram seemingly in trouble as they try to run up the multitude of stairs in front of them. God Meow is the only remaining player here, and he's still got the whole of Golden Cat that's going to be occupying this facility.
Yep. So Eddie is gonna bleed out to the blue zone. Burn United got caught in the isolated plantation. Golden Cat is just gonna swoop in and clean him up eventually, as Golden Cat now have one isolated prey. Godmouse being really patient, but he knows that he has to surrender to his fate eventually. He's just gonna do his best and try to cripple the members of Golden Cat. Not gonna work out though, unfortunately. Tonke will confirm the kill.
Now it's a chance for Golden Cat to continue to stamp their dominance. They really need to pick up the kills. They can still do it. They're 35 points off, but if they get maybe around 20 points from this, they can potentially jump back in there. But we still got Division X Gaming, all 4 players still up here. They are the ones who are really looking to benefit from all of this. But look at Fury Australia. They've been absolute pests to all of the teams, and they continue to maintain that high ground advantage for seemingly the entire round.
Yep, and Day Trade now, they are going to be under fire from by Division X Gaming. Fergus tried to lock that frag, but he probably hold on to it for too long, and Mady, well, they forgot about this sniper, and Mady will confirm the kill onto Fergus with the help of Nautica. Day Trade still pretty much holding a decent vantage point, and they're gonna make the other teams pay for not paying respect to Mady as the NBK downs Nautica and confirms the kill onto this Day Trade member. So the Division X Gaming with 3 members still alive, they're gonna continue pushing in and pushing up towards the eastern side.
And Dr. Logi is still alive there, but you still got Tino and just waiting for them. But it looks like MBK will be able to catch him out there. Phoenix will be going down, but Golden Cat might be reigniting hostilities here with Fury. There's still going to be all these few pockets of fighting that's still going on, but Fury looking to see, can they catch any of them out? But it looks like Golden Cat finally going to get spotted out here. MBK is moving in to see what he can do. He's still got so much utility. Look at the entire push coming out from the Vietnamese team. They are looking for this final player. He's inside the blue zone. He's not going to be spotted out, and he's going to make them pay. Matey here is going to protect himself. He's going to take out 2 of these Golden Cat players. This is a huge play coming out from the Thai player.
Oh my goodness, day trade. Matey has been holding his territory for the longest time, but, well, as I say that, he finally gets down by McDonald's, but Joxy sticks his foot in and takes out the Golden Cat, so Matey pretty much still alive. But Flash is far from it. Matey just gonna take a bungee jump straight down, Assassin's Creed style. Barely survives that drop. So Division S Gaming, they're now crawling towards a day trade. Fury Australia somehow still makes it until the end. It's gonna be a 2 versus 2 versus 2. Joxy coming around the corner. He's gonna see Flash, but Flash gonna turn around, take out Rona. Longgate takes out Matey, and it's going to be day trade finally eliminated. It's up to Vietnam against Australia. This is the furthest Fury Australia has made it to, but they need to keep this up. Pow, not gonna win the fight against Joxy, and it's up to Long K to keep this dream of Division S Gaming alive. They need this chicken dinner to get first place, and Joxy knows that he's gonna heal himself up. Division S Gaming, Long K managing to revive his fellow teammate, at least for now, but not if Joxy has something to say about it. He needs to push forward, but he's a bit too slow, so Sapa's gonna come back up. A 2 versus 1 affair. Long K is gonna duck below that structure for now. Joxy is not gonna see anyone. He will be trapped as he peeks his head out, but he's gonna see the head of Long K, and Long K will punish him for it. Division S Gaming, they reclaim the throne and take that chicken dinner.
What a tight finish there towards the end, and it looked as though that day trade seemingly fighting on all fronts there, and they got absolutely clattered there right at the end. But yeah, Joxy, unfortunately, despite having the high ground advantage, it wasn't going to help that much there. He couldn't get any vision there on the last 2 players there from Division X Gaming, and they're going to continue to put those solid points on the board and really overtake these opponents of theirs seemingly after they're getting into the double digits of kills in that round as well.
Yeah, and that was an amazing performance from Division S Gaming. They have been caught in the middle between the highway and the mountain, and basically the precarious position for the longest time ever. They had to deal with Phoenix Gaming, they had to deal with Burn United, they had to deal with possible ambush by Atletico and Archangel Predator, the lone member CJ, and they still somehow survived that. And throughout all this time, they were keeping eyes on Matey, who was on top of that cargo shell for the longest time ever.
Yeah, and I think that fight has been going on for a long time. When we first saw Long K go down after the sniping shots coming out there from Matey, so that has been good stuff, and it seems as though that they had that rivalry going for the entire round. But ladies and gentlemen, that does mean that we have finished our Miramar segment, and we only have 2 more rounds left to go here on Erangel to see who is going to be crowned the champion, in the Charity Showdown. So we'll be moving on to that in just a few minutes after the break.
Get a kill in the air, shall we? Oh, I would love to see it, Memo. Do it. Do it. No way!
폭감 3킬. 폭감은 3킬. 폭이 없죠, 근데. 자, 하지만 나는 근접 최고의 스페셜리스트 언더다. 간다. 와. 오! 1러. 와! 오제 투스.
contra o seu parceiro de equipe Memel, Nandinho.
A granadinha.
Olha a granadinha do mistério. Tacou. O quê? Lá em cima. O quê?
A little bit more time to develop here in El Azhar than the one did in Montevideo, but KJ.
Great angle for KJ to hold, knowing full well that over to his west, he's going to get another big plays here coming from Sadie's to Noardra, but they are absolutely dominating. They get another one.
さあこちらはエレメント36移動中ではありますがどうだ
Hello.
와! 김건희! 90픽! 설마요? 와! 김건희! 자, 일단 HVZ já avistou primeiro, tá metendo. Toma cuidado, avistou primeiro, meteu bala, conectou. Acertou o MG1, tá quase pegando o Magnata. Nossa, que balaça. Pegou o Magnata e agora são 2 jogadores somente da equipe 14. O HVZ agora aqui. Olha, o Senna tá metendo bala ali. Foi pra bala. Quem que ia cabecear a bala, Nandinho?
Era ele mesmo.
Era ele? Então tá aí, HVZ. HVZ. Squad.
中招漂亮 ，This is 鱼刃 ，Nice double kill。
Yet been able to find their entry into this circle wild card. Sharp shot! You see swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞춰거든요. 자, 기절을 못 시켰는데 고각 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각 수류탄. 자 위로. 오우. NN. 자 이제 하나 더. 와! 슈퍼 플레이 나오네요. 진짜.
You guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company and people just come rolling. No, Budgie! What? He lived somehow, some way. And Pentalow's This is chaos incarnate. Microphone gets taken down his mouth.
厉害，这个厕所里面有人，
我俩
不知道一个飞身进去。
哎呀，好痛！这种角度真的很痛。
关键是他还是背着进去的，这是倒车入库。
背刺达人，我俩。
最后他
兄弟又来一个，补吗？
补
一手在那底，
补的话
没子弹了，还有12发，哇！
啊，第3个人呢？
你在干什么呀？
여욱 선수가 좀 혼자 남아있고 여기 살리고 연막적으로 소리 들렸죠 방금? 여기 있나요? 지금 불편한 동물을 가든 아니! 몰랐어요!
Have the numbers. We're starting to come back on the side. Stacy's just holding the angle. He does go down from some good shots from McCoy. He jumps out of the building. His grenades go through. He spins back around on his angle. Steps around back behind him. Picks up another one. All right, McCoy. I see what you're working with. Happy birthday to you. And he picks up a 4.
I'm trying to throw the pan. They're trying to pan him. They're actually trying to pan him. They got him! H3 got him!
gotta kill him here, shall we? Oh, I would love to see it, Memo. Do it. Do it. No way!
폭감 3킬. 폭감은 3킬. 폭이 없죠, 근데. 자, 하지만 나는 근접 최고의 스페셜리스트 언더다. 가자. 와. 오! 1러. 오제 투스.
É contra o seu parceiro de equipe, Memel, Nandinho.
A granadinha.
Olha a granadinha do mistério. Tacou. O quê? Lá em cima. O quê?
A little bit more time to develop here in El Azhar than the one did in Montevideo, but KJ.
Great angle for KJ to hold, knowing full well that over to his west, he's gonna get another big plays here coming from Sadie's to Noardra, but they are absolutely dominating. They get another one.
さあこちらはエレメント36移動中ではありますがどうだ
Hello.
どうだ
와! 김건희! 90픽! 설마요? 와! 김건희! 자, 일단 HVZ já avistou primeiro, tá metendo. Sim, toma cuidado, avistou primeiro, meteu bala, já conectou. Acertou a MG1, tá quase pegando o Magnata. Nossa, que bala! Pegou o Magnata e agora são 2 jogadores somente da equipe toda. O HVZ agora aqui. Olha, o Senna tá metendo bala ali. Nossa. Foi pra bala. Quem que ia cabecear a bala, Nandinho?
Era ele mesmo.
Era ele? Então tá aí, HVZ. HVZ. O squad.
送着漂亮 ，This is 鱼刃，nice double kill。
Yet been able to find their entry into this circle wildcard. Oh, sharp shot! You see swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞은 거거든요. 자, 기절을 못 시켰는데 고각수류탄 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각수류탄. 자 위로. 오우. 자 이제 하나 더. 와! 슈퍼 플레이 나오네요. 진짜 울트라.
Hey, you guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company as vehicles just come rolling. No, Raji! What? He lived somehow, some way. It's a little shot. This is chaos incarnate. Microphone gets taken down his
厉害，这个厕所里面有人，但是他不知道一个
哎呦
飞
打了个屁股
身进去。
哎呀，好痛！这种角度真的很痛。
关键是他还是背着进去的，这是倒车入库。
背刺达人国良，
最后他
兄弟又来一个补吗？一手在打底，
补的话，
没子弹了，还有12发，哇！
啊，第3个人呢？
你在干什么呀？
여욱 선수가 좀 혼자 남아있고 여기 살리고 연막 쪽으로 소리 들렸죠 방금? 여기 있나요? 지금 불편한 동거를 가든 아니 몰랐어요.
Have the numbers, which is starting to come back down the side. Mistakes is just holding the angle. He does go down from some good shots from McCoy. He jumps out of the building. His grenades go through. He spins back around on this angle. Steps around back behind him. Picks up another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, and hope you are having a fantastic evening. We sure are. I'm Play of the J, and with me is HusKKiee, my co-caster, and we're looking forward to bringing you all the action here in the penultimate round of the Charity Showdown.
Exactly, the Grand Slam is nearing its end. 2 more rounds of Erangel to decide who is the true kings. But before we get to Erangel, let's take a look at the results from the previous round. and see which team has been able to take the cake so far. Division X Gaming closing things out with 20 points, 10 kills, and that chicken dinner. Fury Australia following pretty close behind. A quiet round for them, but they do back that second place, followed by Golden Cats. Daytrade also making it pretty far. Unfortunately, Phoenix Gaming an early and safe start didn't really reward them in much ways, as they only got that 4 points. But the front runners somehow seemingly still not able to keep up. Archangel Predator 3 rounds in, still at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, they've all been suffering quite substantially here. Myth, Buriram United also all not getting their spots that they need. But now Division X Gaming takes the lead again here. And Four Horsemen going to be pushed down. 9-point lead open up here. And Myth going to be another further 5 points behind as well. Buriram still going to be tied with Myth, though, at 130 points. So there's still potential here for these teams to come out with it, but Division X Gaming, after getting 2 solid rounds in a row and their second chicken dinner of the entire tournament, they're looking pretty good for it.
Yeah, we talked about, Division X Gaming being the team that is, being one of the teams that has been consistent throughout the entire showdown, and this is starting to bear fruits for them, as we are kind of already in the game number 4, finally making it towards Erangel. As we're going to start things off by laying sights onto Divine Esports, as they will be at Milter Power.
Yeah, and they're already going to be a little bit outside the zone here. Not going to be too worried about their rotation later on. But yeah, I think we're nicely set up here for the closing stages. And this is where you got to go big or you got to go home. And I think especially when you consider that, the respective charities would probably be, looking at them like, hey guys, come on, it's like, you gotta help us out here. And these guys are going to feel the pressure, not just from their usual selves or their fans, this and that, it's also that so-called responsibility as well, that they could do something really good as well for, some people who are less fortunate. And there are quite a lot of them this time and age, right?
Yep, and especially for Division X Gaming, they work so hard to get to the top. Now they just have to kind of maintain that lead, because it's a pretty big gap between them and the Four Horsemen in second place. Archangel Predator, they have officially been dethroned from being the first place after holding on to their position for quite a long time, and they are still struggling to find their footing after day number 2.
I'm not going to put it beyond their reach, but it's going to be hard. They're going to need to get a pretty big blowout win, either this round or the next. And of course, if they get it this one, it's going to set things up a little bit better. It's definitely going to put the others on edge, but it's a tall task. I mean, apart from day 2, Archangel hasn't looked exactly how they normally play, but now we're seeing JG Leo again being the first person to get killed, as he's defending the compound seemingly all by himself. He's going to get picked up. This time it's going to be 3 Golden Cat members all crashing in at once.
Well, yeah, I see getting a rude awakening right there. Not really the best start for them, losing out JJ Leo. Well, at least you won't have to worry too much about him running over your team. Oh, not really the main point, but unfortunate start for DIC Gaming, as Division X will play very far down south. Fergus does spot the head of Anatica, trying to tag him, but not able to do so.
Yeah, Mount Cat are going to be a little bit too far away here for Fergus, but yeah, Division X, they're going to feel pretty good about themselves in the position that they are. Now they just have to not throw it, but I think like the way that we've seen them take this cautious approach, make sure that they know they can accomplish certain things that they want to achieve within the round, has put them in good stead here, as other teams, maybe trying to go a little bit too outlandish with maybe some of their ambitions. But again, that can all be due to circumstance. And this is Battle Royale, so we tend to see this, but looks like Gigi Kamukau is again going to be shooting at his fellow Australians here, Sweet Soul, taking 75 damage as he rolls on past.
Yeah, Kamukau kind of slightly mishandling the spray control right there, so not able to take out Sweet Soul. Sweet Soul managing to get away pretty much, with his life, but Buriram United going to start moving inwards. Eddie does have pick and choose his vehicle, go for the more compact one, but he's probably gonna scout around the main road for now as he attempts to rejoin his team who are pretty far in the circle.
Yeah, so I think like Division X Gaming, them and Myth, let's not forget, they were the teams that were invited. They're definitely big franchises, but they didn't get here based on, like, say, the results from their respective leagues in Thailand and Vietnam, you know. But they have definitely proved over the course of all the rounds that we've had so far that they definitely deserve to be here with the best of APAC and duking out. And really not going to be taking anything for granted. And I think that's exactly what we want to be seeing here when we have the cream of the crop. And it's always difficult when these teams come together, you know, but to do so, you know, and we didn't even see those two teams inside the PSSC either, you know, it's quite a feat in itself.
Yep, and you can see that there's now Archangel. They're going to try to shoot down stragglers who dares to pass by them near the waterways, near the ocean. As for Four Horsemen, sending Sweet out on a lone mission to be this scout and the tracker up in this plains near ruins. So far, Four Horsemen, I think they have been the more consistent Thai front runners compared to Myth or Golden Cat. Golden Cat kind of fell off the radar after the first 3 rounds. I think they are finding it harder and harder to catch back up since we only have 2 rounds left. But let's see where this circle closes in. We do have it on the northern side, but if this closes in, yep, slightly towards the northeastern side, we will have the 2 bridges separating the 2 mainlands.
I do love it that it's going to be having the river all the way right through the middle here, as it's usually going to be offering a lot of difficult rotations later on once we're going to be shifting inevitably to one or the other side. And I think you remember the other day we did have the fight of the trolls underneath the bridge as well, you know, so that was pretty fun there, watching between Division X and the likes of Victim from the Future as well.
Yep, exactly. And there was a lot of swimming on day 1. I think Phoenix Gaming also took decided to go, you know, sunbathing for a while, as Myth was gonna make it right past school. Probably going for a really long rotation right now. They're gonna pass by the Four Horsemen though, so this is going to be a pretty risky move if they're not prepared.
Looks like they're going to use this as a little bit of vantage point staging ground here for their future endeavors, but it looks like the Four Horsemen are going to have to continue to run away. It's going to be Archangel here. They need to get something going, and it looks like they're going to get one kill here for their troubles, as Joe-Man is going to be bowing out, and there could be no better target. Okay, maybe it could be one of the Division X boys, but definitely they'll be pleased with that one. But I think Archangel, they just need to focus on themselves right now. They can't worry too much about the opposition. They just need to get some serious points up there, and the rest will talk for themselves.
Yep, and Four Horsemen now alerted of Archangel's presence. Myth is also nearby, so I think Myth might be able to use this circumstance to their advantage. As a Victim from the Future, I think they have one member down by Electrical, but not out just yet. Myth decides to just move right past the Four Horsemen. Burn United will finally cross the bridge onto the northern island, and Noadra will be leading the pack. Again, trying to take control, take refuge in these highlands, and hoping to pick up stragglers. Darkness does see Basil as he unloads a huge mag onto him. Basil is trying to rotate his truck around, but that vehicle is not the fastest one. It's a pretty awkward situation for Cerberus.
It is taking forever to try and get away from here, and Basil's still taking more damage. Look at the amount of smoke coming out from his vehicle. The plume's not looking too good here for his general well-being, but Zoidmate is actually going to land a nice headshot with the M24 taking down Mun. I'm not sure whether or not his teammates are going to be able to get him on, but Divine going to continue onwards in their rotation, but it does look like Victim from the Future here is continuing to face the burn as 3 players go down.
Yeah, and the VTF just getting absolutely gunned down, but Latico, they now have an uninvited guest in the form of Burn United. Noadra being really patient with his shots, and Linksy just trying to play ring around the rosy. His head almost peeking out at the side of the car. But DIC also joins the party, so Extreme will be the first casualty as Atletico, they scramble to finish off what they've started and get the heck out of there.
And right now in Watertown, Gems is taking a little bit of damage. Svit and Jayers going to be all the way on the other side. They're not going to really be able to intervene too much. It's only going to be, well, only there is the presence of the Archangel Predator boys. Now looks like we're going to be moving here a little bit over the Rozok side of things. As going to have to see the Georgia Pool crowd moving all the way over there. Creatory is already all in motion as they're looking to see can they make that rotation through the Georgia Pool side of things, because honestly it's going to be really hard to do what Archangel's doing right now, but for every other team that follows them after that, it's going to be a real big gamble that they don't want to take.
Yep, Birmingham United, they are also spread out on the eastern side of the circle. They're right at the edge, so it's going to take them a while to find their footing in, because they have to kind of move past Myth. And as we speak about Myth, Suba will be the first casualty as Minoru will pick him off as he takes a stroll at the foothill.
Let's give QC4 Horsemen the opportunity and the space to move in. Not sure if they're still wary, if there's going to still be any of the Archangel players still there, but definitely having the senses to try and advance is definitely going to allow them to get a little bit closer to the bridge. It does allow them to try and constrict the rotations from other teams, so if any other teams are going to be foolish enough to want to try that, they can probably yield a point or two, but we'll see if that's happening. Currently, Myth is going to be heading a little bit closer towards the Watertown themselves.
Yep, and Turtle has his scope on Insight. Just going to be gathering some information for his team, but Archangel Predator trying to turn up the heat. They have to be pretty careful. They are shooting across the river onto QC4 Horsemen, but they have DIC to worry about as well. DIC on the same island as them, and if I think DIC goes for a calculated push, they can actually ambush Archangel Predator. Burnham United making it into the safe zone will still be spread out, but Turtle! Woohoo! Get run over by Ronan as he says, well, New Year came pretty early, but Namsi will avenge his teammate by showing Ronan this is not how you drive a car.
Turtle got absolutely clocked there, but now it looks like Fury Australia is coming in. Namsi is going to be the first to die, in fact, though. But Insight is going to fall to the molly there. And oh dear, I think like he was just getting a little bit too much of a blood rage going on, and you want to try and find more of the members there. Fury is going to still have 2 players, but Divine, they're actually going to be bugging out here. They're going to cut their losses after getting their squad reduced down to 50% health.
Yeah, and they even had the back tire shot out by Fury Australia. Luckily, the car is still functional for Divine Esports to make it out. And now they are in a pretty precarious position as Noadra will catch wind of Levi's and Nikki nearby. And you can just look at the distribution for Birmingham United. They are covering so much ground while making sure that they are not in danger, and they actually aren't. But with this circle closing out a bit towards the northern side, teams on the Rozok area will have to squeeze through those 2 bridges.
Oh, the western side looks absolutely congested there. Look at Creatory. They've gone all the way around the side and only just getting out from the blue zone here, but they have got so many teams there just waiting for them to come in. There's going to be all of these shots raining in. Now Cerberus also trying to get inside, this time from that eastern bridge, but they are attracting so much damage. Hisaki's car is already smoking here, and they're all just waiting for them to get out. Look at Creatory off screen here. They're facing the burn there.
And this is just unfortunate for Creatory. They are in the line of sight of so many teams, and they're gonna eventually get wiped out. But we might have another standoff between Myth and QC4 Horsemen. This Myth is a bit towards, more towards the southwestern side. They're gonna stop driving and be on their way using on foot instead. 4 Horsemen still locked in combat with Archangel Predator as Division X Gaming Long K will take out Vanatica.
But yeah, this could be an interesting standoff here between Myth and QC4 Horsemen. But both teams, they need to move across the river here. They're already priming their smoke grenades. On the other side, though, it is Archangel, so this could be a little bit of a dicey engagement, but looks like Godmeow will continue to put the pressure here onto Cerberus as Smell is going to go down. But look at Nicky, he's taking so much damage. The vehicle might explode here, but it looks like Ronan is still going to be able to knock him down. Fury have managed to get all players back up here. They are out for blood. Look at them. They are on the move. Levi's currently is licking his wounds, but it might not be fast enough here as Ronan and Kikamukao and company are moving in here. They're going to try and get another road kill here. They're missing Aloe on it. Levi's he's going to survive, but he takes down Kikamukao.
Oh man, Levi. Styling on Fury Australia, playing, he was in the Matrix for the split second, but Fury Australia has too much manpower, and look at Burn United. They smell blood in the waters. They are thinking about it. Noadra is going to be the first one to reach that compound, but just look at how Burn United are set up. They are encircling Fury Australia, and they want to take this fight. They want to take back their standings in that top 3 in that leaderboard. As the utilities will start flying out. Here comes the flashbang though. Inside is locked in combat with Godmail, but he needs to protect Kikamukao, who is still pretty low. He can die from a single shot. NBK meanwhile picks out Hornball, who wasn't watching, as Eddie will blow up Kikamukao. And unfortunately, he has to be left behind. Fury Australia now, they are caught in a really sour spot as Burn United just unloads a huge barrage of lead onto Fury Australia. They need to escape in that truck, but Noadra will clean up both Inside and Joxy. And Fury Australia, they are down to one last member.
But now the pressure is on the Myth here. They're trying to push right into Archangel, and they are duly obliging. And now Escalucia is the last one standing here, to the extent that he doesn't even want to peek out anymore. He wants to stay here, deny the points, is trying to see what damage he can get. Greeny, however, is going to be looking at the 4 horsemen. They're taking the opportunity to rotate here. There's still going to be one coming in late from the blue here. But looks like Escalucia here is finally going to go down. Myth getting eliminated here quite early on. And it's going to be absolutely treacherous here for the 4 horsemen. That's Phoenix coming up over the top. Spit is going to be able to take down Kush. He is the last player left here, but he has got all of this pressure coming from the top of the hill. He's not going to be able to sustain, and Dr. Logi is going to be able to put them in the ground.
Well, one fight ends, another is about to begin. Burn United again. They come in to crash the party as Phoenix Gaming is about to clean things up. Hungful Ditch, though, is going to find the head of Noadra. Still pretty much warmed up, and Burn United will suffer their first loss. Kush will be picked up by Greeny, but Burn United, they are still eager to take this fight. Eddie would take the Greeny's head off. Canucksy, a huge rotation. He might be able to ambush the rest of Phoenix Gaming, though. He's not going to see Dr. Logi, but he has the frag grenade propped up. Gonna cook that. Sees Kush running by. Kush not able to get cover. Ducks right down. Avoids the last tick of damage, but Phoenix Gaming now are totally encaged in this small compound, and Canucksy is the man that might give Burn United an edge in this exchange.
Buriram United want to finish this off and move into the zone, move on to new fights here, and they want to pick up their points, but there's currently still going to be a little bit of cover going for Phoenix Gaming. They're continuing to try and see, can they get a bit higher off the ground here? They do so, but Kush is immediately going to get taken down by God Meow. There's only going to be 2 of them left. Dr. Logi has seemingly been trying to carry the team on his back. He's stuck behind the rock and currently can't really see too much of the Thai squad as they're going to be coming up over the hill. See whether they can put any of these touches on. Currently, Konaxi is taking his time here, and he's finally going to be able to spot them out there by the coast.
Yeah, but it seems like Burn United, they're going to go for a retreat. They know that there are third parties nearby, so they don't want to take too much risk. Atletico is on the further in onto the northern side. They also have Cerberus to worry about. As Golden Cat, you can see that they're cleaning out Ferox. Dr. Logi, he wants some revenge. He does see the vehicles of Burn United departing, but it's not going to get any clear shots in, as now Burn United, they are ready to take on Dr. Logi if they want to. Phoenix Gaming, they plan to finish off what they started, but Godman has to take a lot of bullets in the bag. It's Hungful Ditch getting the last left, and also the Kazakhstan getting down by Dr. Logi. Meanwhile, Ferox finishes off Golden Cat, but Burn United, they are not done yet. Eddie is still the last man standing. He's taking damage from Phoenix Gaming. Dr. Logi will finally close things out and eliminate Burn United at 10th place.
Oh, this is tragedy for the Thai squad. They really need to get some good points here, but it's not going to be happening. They get a few kills for their troubles, but look at Division X Gaming, 6 kills on the board, and they're looking quite healthy here on this western side. no one really to contest them. Daytrade has got 2 players there in the compound, but knowing how Division X Gaming plays, I don't really see them being able to take that. DIC Gaming, though, is going to have the zone for the time being. Does look like the likes of Archangel going to still have that dominance on the southern side, but they have to start pushing uphill, which could be a little bit treacherous.
Things are not looking good for Ronaldo, the only surviving member for Fury Australia. He's trapped between Ferox and Cerberus, I believe. But Archangel, so far in this game, has been the best performing games up to this point. They do have all 4 members alive. We'll see if they can kind of get their points back as we proceed to the later stages of this circle. And yep, seems like we do have a slight issue that we got to work with. But
yeah, so I apologize for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. So I think we'll have to see what is going to be up a little bit later on. We're just getting a little bit of a message here from production. So I think the live has been cut here, unfortunately. So we'll have to try and see if we can get it back here pretty soon. We're going to be taking a very short break here. Hopefully we can come back to you with the rest of the action pretty soon.
No need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro.
Yum, yum.
Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster.
Oh, no.
Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing,
you would rather go extinct
than to ever leave. need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro.
Yum, yum.
Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster.
Oh, no.
Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing,
You would rather go extinct
than to ever leave.
Back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the technical difficulties just now, but we have our winner, and it's going to be DIC Gaming. So they're going to be able to take this away with the 11 kills on the board. So we apologize for not being able to see how the game did turn out in the end, but we'll have a little bit more in the way of the round results and analysis a little bit later on.
Well, thankfully we got to see the ending. At least all is not lost. With DIC Gaming, coming out on top of that round. We unfortunately cut off during the top 6, top 7. We were looking at Arcade Predator. Wonder how that went along for them. But Division X Gaming, we saw them so far in round 4. They also made a pretty good progress. So I wouldn't expect any lesser from them. But well, this is pretty much a dice roll. Because of what happened, but thank God that we're back.
Absolutely. I mean, we did see a little bit of early problems earlier on from the likes of Myth. Buriram going out as well. QC 4 Horsemen under a lot of that early pressure as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think, unfortunately, we can't draw too many conclusions at this moment, given the nature of the technical difficulties, for which we apologize for that. We'll be taking a short break, and we'll be going through the results here for this penultimate round, and we have got one more match to decide who is going to be our charity showdown winner after the break.
No need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat at Cammy's Bistro.
Yum, yum.
Or ride on Tato's thrilling mammoth coaster.
Oh, no.
Don't be scared, Alex. All this and more is now accessible on the all-new Dino train. But Dinoland is just the beginning. The entire island will soon be a top-of-the-line resort. We'll have an award-winning winery, an out-of-this-world cosmodrome, and a spa. Dinoland, so amazing.
You would rather go extinct
than to ever leave. don't need to adjust your television set. You are not traveling back in time. Hello there. I am Carl Johan Lind. Welcome to the Lind Corporation, where we are working on a revolutionary experience right here in Vikendi. This is Dinoland, the prehistoric park of the future. Children will be greeted by Alex, the lovable T-Rex.
They can ride my Wonder Wheel.
That's right, Alex. And eat it.
Whoops. And we are back for the PCS Charity Showdown for APAC. We're down to our last round in Erangel, where we finally get to crown the kings. And HusKKiee, and I'm joined by none other than the play of the J.
Yep, so let's take a quick look at the results here from the previous round. So DIC Gaming coming out with the 21 points, Cerberus with 13 points, Division X Gaming with the 12 points. That is probably going to be devastating to the rest of the competition, but Archangel Predator and Phoenix Gaming both claiming 9 kills. So let's take a quick look now at how the overall leaderboard is looking after that. But I think with this, Division X Gaming is going to be in quite a decent spot. But actually, sorry, we're not going to be able to see the overall leaderboard. So we're going to be moving straight into the next round as we are looking to get this final round underway. And Division X Gaming, they're going to be up in front. And can they be caught now after seemingly getting a very good round number 19?
Well, all Division X Gaming needs to do right now is to maintain a good position and make it until the final circle, and I think they definitely would have a clear shot at getting first place, followed by QC 4 Horsemen and Beryllium United. They make it back to top 3. Myth unfortunately bowed out pretty early after a decent first half, but now it's we're down to literally the final leg, and Division X Gaming, they are the closest team to cross the finishing line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think QC4 Horsemen, I mean, they would have to still put in a shift, I think, to be able to catch up Beryllium as well. Of course, there is still going to be the prize money, as you would expect. $100,000 split amongst all of these teams, and they're all trying to get the better part of it. But right now, Division X Gaming looks as though that their chosen charity is going to be good for the $100,000. So that's going to be a nice little boost there for whoever is going to benefit substantially.
Yep, and QC4 Horsemen, they are ranked number 2 with 135 points, but that is a 20-point difference between the 4 Horsemen and Division X Gaming. So Division X Gaming pretty much have kind of secured that first place unless they have a horrendous game. Final game. Beryllium United also same point as QC4 Horsemen, 135. So this two teams trying to catch up to Division X Gaming, they need to put on their absolute A game to even stand a chance.
And between the second and fourth teams, well, that's QC4 Horsemen, Beryllium United, and Archangel Predator. There's only 3 points between them. And Myth, there's only 4 points between them. So it is still pretty much neck and neck at the 2nd to 5th stages here. Someone's really going to have to overhaul Division X Gaming. It's not unheard of. I think, you can easily get 20 plus points, all things considered. If it's towards 30 points, that's another thing. And the way that Division X Gaming have been playing, they've been playing consistently. They've been able to manage the risk to an acceptable level that they're going to be able to do pretty well for themselves. But it's how daring are these next teams going to be in the 2nd to 5th positions, because easily they could really fall by the wayside just by having a really bad round.
Yeah, and I think it's go time for these few teams. They need to, there's all or nothing, right? Because you are looking at only the winner walks away with that extra $100,000 for their selected charity. So this is going to be an all-in affair for most of these teams, as Duckmans is within the vicinity of Divine Esports' territory. Myth slowly entrenching into Stabler, and we might see the first direct conflict between these two teams.
Right now, does look like they are just going to be completely entrenched here. The two Divine Esports players. Levi's still coming up from that southern side. Duckman's not really feeling too enthralled about going through there alone. He's actually been waiting for a little bit of backup in the form of HusKKiee, but so far not able to spot out any of the competition. Mad Dog, though, will be able to take down Spit, and he's going to be up the creek without a paddle, seemingly, as the rest of the horsemen are not going to be anywhere close by to really intervene on this, and there's still pressure from the other Archangels there. But now Jayers is moving in here, and he might be able to get into a little bit more of a fortuitous spot, but there's still going to be pressure from the rest of Archangel.
Yeah, if you are 4 horsemen right now, you have to either get out or win the fight, because you can't afford to lose mans like this, as Joman will make it clear to Archangel Predator by taking out cows first. So this Archangel Predator, they are in 4th place, only 3 points separating them and between them and Burham United, as well as 4 horsemen. But losing cows early on, that would definitely put a big damper in their hopes of making it into that top 1 place.
Yeah, so now Joman is actually going to be the one to get the kill first over Archangel rather than the reverse order. So it's a nice pick up right there to start things off. First kill of the game, and it's still going to be a circle here towards that northeastern side. So again, going to be going closer to Stalber and Yasnaya. So we're still seeing that there's not a lot of action going on here. Myth playing it really carefully here. And I'm not sure where the other 2 members are of Minoru and Honboya.
Yep, and Myth, they might be coming in for a Root Awakening, but maybe not, as Nikki is spot up. But oh, what a shot from Nikki! Takes Ducksman's head off, and unfortunately, HusKKiee is far away from this injured member, and I think Divine Esports knows this. You can see that they are slowly pincering into Myth. And if they catch win and Myth do not have all 5 members, I think that would be the end of 2 members from this team. But Turtle's going to play it safe, going to lob out those frags. Unfortunately, Duckman is in a pretty safe area, safe corner, so he will continue to bleed as HusKKiee needs to find a way to get across to him.
He's trying to delay as much time as possible before really trying to engage here. There's, you can see Minoru and Homeboya already moving up the hill, but he is taking some time here. Namsi is actually going to hear them coming in here, and so he could actually be doing something quite detrimental to the rest of Myth's hopes here.
Namsi probably hears the vehicle. Now he's moving forward. He's pressing the issue. Minoru coming in to back him up, but Namsi is actually behind. He can actually catch Myth with their pants down. As Namsi slowly creeping in, they will finally be able to revive Duckman. HusKKiee is Namsi catches a glimpse of HusKKiee, and I think that is green light for Divine Esports to push in. They're going to slowly encircle the compound. It's only Honboya who is pretty much not within the perimeter. So it's going to be a 3 versus 4 affair. Myth decides to immediately depart from Stauber, but Namsi is going to start laying in some damage. HusKKiee catches him off guard. Minoru gets down by Nikki. A 1-for-1 exchange, and this is going to be a direct conflict as Namsi and Minoru, both teams, loses 1 member from the get-go.
And now the aggression is continuing here, but it looks like Duckmans is going to continue to be finished off here. Now it's only Homeboya, HusKKiee, but it's going to be even up a bit. Nikki going down. It's going to be this 2-on-2 battle to work with here in the garage. The Divine Esports players are just trying to hang on a little bit more. HusKKiee just holding the fort. Honboya will be able to take the opportunity to finish off that player. Oh, the perfect nade there, landing right in HusKKiee's lap, as Turtle is going to be getting a decisive advantage here in this fight. Homeboya seemingly out from the middle of this party. He's going to be the last player left here from Myth, and they only have the 2 kills as they are looking like they are not going to be able to sustain here, as Homeboya will be finished off as Levi's is going to be able to clean house.
Well, Myth, their hopes of ever getting that first place has been completely extinguished by Divine Esports, but Creatori, they are here to crash the party. 1405 is creeping in. Triadi as well. You just see the hit of the members from the side of Divine Esports. It's going to be Turtle. So Divine Esports, they're not out of the woods just yet. They have another extra company, as Turtle will learn it the hard way. He gets down, and maybe the rest, maybe the lone survivor Levi's will have to depart from that area. Subang will be finished off by Linksy off screen.
But we are seeing that this is actually going to be a lot more company coming to Stalber. This is going to be Golden Cat moving in, but now 1405 under fire by Levi's. He's the last member sustained as a Turtle is going to be bowing out from this one. The rest of Creatory now forming in here. Now he's got nowhere to go. It seems as he's going to be stuck in the radar tower. 1405 continuing to rotate around the side. But Levi's here. He's going to be able to take down Reality. He's going to be able to take one of them with him at the very least.
Yeah, Reality is definitely going to bleed out to death. Levi, take a sip of energy drink. There's still a possibility for him to clutch this out. As he fights ahead of 1405. As Creatory, 1405 tries to blow up Levi, but kills off Reality instead. It's down to Castel and IQ 500. They don't have a clear way to reach 1405, so this injured member might have to be left alone. But IQ 500 finally finds the head of Levi's as he makes a rotation to the second floor of the roof. Divine Esports will be eliminated.
Yeah, so Creatory finally getting something out of that, but it was a lot harder than it needed to be, I feel. And now Fergus and the rest of Division X Gaming, they are still moving in such a concerted fashion here and all staying alive. I don't think they've really fallen afoul at any of these rotations that we've seen so far over the course of these 4 days. But now Phoenix Gaming here on the eastern side of Yasnaya have got pressure from the police station. Entry fragger on the roof, start trying to rain down and see whether he can confirm the kill there on a Kush. But it looks like Greeny should be able to get him. Mun is coming down and to get a little bit more close and personal. Might be able to get something done. Does look like RDK Boss will be able to take on Hunbo Ditch though.
Yep. Victor from the future trying to make the mark in this final round as the four horsemen after a close encounter with Archangel Predator will now make a safer rotation. Burning United as well, pretty far away in the rural areas, just trying to look for any passerbys. As Six Stacks will learn it the hard way. It's a misfire from Godmel. Not drawing any attention. Burning United is so spread out towards the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, they're really hedging their bets, but it does look like they've hedged enough. As Godmeo and Noradra, they're going to be further inside the zone. It's going to be all the way up north. This is going to be definitely something that the likes of Division X Gaming are going to be liking, but now looks like the pressure here is being further pushed towards the likes of Phoenix Gaming. They have Hungo Dish still on the ground, but the rest of Victim from the future are swarming around the sides as seemingly wanting to try and close this one out, as they want to have to deal with this first before they try and think about all these other teams. They're all going to be shifting up north closer to Yasnaya. They want to try and clear them out, as now you can see the rest of Buriram United or rather with no opposition at all. They're continuing to stride forward. But look at Victim from the future. They're moving into the garage here. Greeny trying to hold this down, but the 1-2 punch is going to be good. Kush also can't cut it, and he's going to get taken out by a third party in the form of Kamukau.
Oh, Fury Australia, they again is intervening in this two-party affair, and Burning United managing to regroup every single member, so they've covered a lot of ground, and the fact that they were able to avoid any sort of attention is going to be beneficial for them towards the later stages, because now they know possibly where other teams are. But it seems like Atletico, like the brush shoulders with Daytrade, and Daytrade, they might be ready to take this fight. Atletico, they're kind of outnumbered though, 2-4. Flood will learn it as he takes a lot of bullets in the face as Joxy does down Joman off screen, but Atletico will be forced to take this trade with Daytrade. It's going to be a fight at the mountain, as it's going to be maybe downing Flood first. Zoidmate making a boat for it, but I don't think it's going to make it far because Daytrade, they are circling Atletico.
Oh, look at Linksy. He's actually going to bail on his team right now. Zoidmate left to stand by himself. He's going to try and survive as long as possible. Midi with seemingly no HP. Putris, though, is going to spot out Linksy. He might not be able to get away so easily as he thought, but he is going to continue to stand toe-to-toe. But Meiji is the one to go down. Zoidmate holding firm here at the top of the hill, as he's still got a lot to do. Flood still down on the ground, but Zoidmate is going to get caught out there. Flash going to confirm that one. Now Linksy is all by himself, but he's got a whole bunch of work to do. He's taking so much fire, but he's going to be able to get a little moment of respite to get that heal off.
But Linksy is pretty much boxed in that box in that corner. There's nowhere else for him to go unless he goes for a daring swim, but it's going to be a long one. It's not even in the safe zone. Daytrip have Fury Australia within their grasp. So now we finally get a glimpse of Division X Gaming. Still a pretty quiet round. Division X Gaming playing on the eastern side. They are near Daytrade, so there might be an exchange. Linksy goes for a huge rotation. He's going to build on his team, but the circle is not going to close in even further up north towards the open field.
Yeah, so the Eastern Yasnaya fields looks as though they're going to feature quite prominently here. And we're already seeing that Victim is starting to rotate out. Zoidbait here, not going to be able to survive in the zone, but it's better than the alternative of Daytrade, as they're going to continue to gatekeep on that side of things. But QC4 Horsemen also in pursuit of seeing if they can get a big result here from this game, but they need to really score some serious points, as Division X Gaming is still in the run here, but looks like Gems here, just as I say that, is going to go down. QC4 Horsemen going to be worse for wear now after that one.
Yep, and 4 Horsemen not going to have it easy as Teddy tried to find a hit of JS. Not be able to take him down just yet. Linksy just managed to blow up both pushes and made Atletico. They're somehow still surviving that ambush, as JS now also in his has his own issue to deal with. It's gonna immediately build from that area, not wanting to take the fight directly to Victim from the future.
Division X Gaming finishing their rotation. They're going to be down here in the dip. Not a lot of cover. Good thing that they still have the vehicles to work with. As QC4 Horsemen, now they do have a lot of opposition in front of them, as Jayers and Joeman have got to go for this long route, probably through Yasnaya, but it does seem as though that they're prepared to tank some of the blue damage. Better than tanking a whole bunch of bullets here, but actually they're just really going all the way to the extreme ends here, but it's not going to be easy to get through there. There's still going to be Victim from the future players that are still going to be able to impede their progress if they are going to be on the ground floor of the apartment complex. But RDK Boss doesn't want anything to do with it. He's backing out. And there's still actually going to be Archangel Predator player in the form of Killa.
Yeah, super ambitious rotation, and they might be lucky if they make it to Swit. Decides to make a pit stop, and Killa, he is ready to take on Swit directly, as Ganaxi will take out Linksy, eliminate Atletico off screen. And I think Archangel Predator, they are ready. CJ is on the mountain. He will see QC4 Horsemen. The 4 Horsemen, they actually caught out as CJ lines up his shot. He's ready for this. He's waiting to pull the trigger onto Jade, and suddenly 4 Horsemen realizes they are caught out in a bad spot. Jade immediately bails. So once no part of this, gonna potentially drive at the foothill so that CJ can't see him. But the 4 Horsemen, they're not going to be able to catch a single break.
Yeah, CJ not able to take down either of the 4 Horsemen players, and he's going to continue to put pressure on them while the gig is up here. But there's still going to be Killa in the apartment complex. Fit is actually moving upstairs. I don't think he has any idea the Filipino player is going to be there for now. But the blue zone is right on their heels. It's going to make things a little bit awkward, as both players actually do need to move. Killa, though, is going to be a little bit constricted here. He has to go all the way to the top and jump down. But it looks like CJ here going to land some shots through the smoke. He's going to continue to spam through. Not quite enough here to deal that final bit of damage to knock him over.
Well, it seems like Burn United, they found company in the form of DIC and Ferox. They'll have to take this fight, as JJ Leo will be the first one to go. You can see the kill feed now. Sweet finally getting down by Killa, as Grumps does down Eddie. CJ on facing JS, but CJ will be the one who wins out at the 4 Horsemen. Well, their hopes of getting first has also been completely annihilated by the Archangel Predators, as AAP keeps their hope alive in that 4th place. They're making their way up to try and catch up with to Division X Gaming.
Looks as though Buriram United is realistically the only team that can potentially catch up to Division X Gaming, but there's only 33 people left alive, and they really do need to try and get at least 10 kills more if they want to really have a realistic chance of catching up to them. So that's going to be quite the tall order, with only about 10 minutes left here in this game. Noradra just going to continue to spot out on the side, on the eastern side here. It's not even inside the zone yet, so it's just going to give him a little bit more time to play. But Buriram United, they do have the numbers here to work with.
Yep, and they're going to lay down some smoke screen and try to depart, but oh, Long K, he finds Noradra. as he's attempting to be the scouting person for Birmingham United, and this is not looking good for BRU. NBK also opens up onto Kanaxi as Anquan on the other side is going to be involved with his own conflict between Ferox. So NBK, meanwhile, on the right side, is he going to find Kanaxi, who is probably going to bleed out to death. Birmingham United, they're scrambling to get away from Division S Gaming as Kanaxi will finally fall. Nawadra is going to bleed out to death as well. Godmel falls to his death, and Sapao will be the one to make it happen.
My goodness, Birmingham United, that rotation was very ambitious, and it had to be Division X Gaming, the current leaders here, who had to take them down, and that is directly impacting their possibility of actually getting into the top here. But now it's looking like it's going to be in tatters here. Eddie is the only one left alive here. Birmingham United, currently Archangel, are still in the game. They are going to be now the only challengers that can potentially dethrone Division X Gaming. But Division X Gaming, they're picking up the kills as well. That's going to cushion things here. 3 kills already on the board.
Yep, and Eddie, he's pretty much trapped within that small shack as a killer gets knocked down by RDK boss. 74L1 is in direct conflict with Ferox, but Ferox is drawing the short end of the straw. They have to get out of that blue zone. Eddie as well, he's just going to buy time for himself, but unfortunately, Victor from the future, they take out Archangel Predator as a DIC will also try to lay in some shots onto Ferox, and they will finally be eliminated as well. So Archangel Predator, they are out for the count. Division X Gaming takes out Birmingham United, and I think we already have a clear leader at this point of the game.
Yeah, Division X Gaming here, they do lose Long K, but they might not need him as they are looking very solid here to carry out another consistent result and really put it to the competition and set them really far away from the current position at the top of the table. And that's really stamping their authority, if I say so.
Yep, 35 points separate them and the closest team, which is DIC Gaming, but you don't even have enough bodies to make up for that. So at this point, it's going to be a jostle for potential second place. Division S Gaming, we talk about that consistency, and it really did pay off towards the final round of this 20-round marathon show match. But NBK now is going to try and lay his eyes onto DIC Gaming, the team that is in 7th place currently, but maybe not for long if they run into the crosshairs of DXG.
DIC Gaming are moving a little bit closer here to Division X's point of view. They have not managed to get a position inside the zone, but they are taking a little bit of fire here from the Fury Australia players, to the extent that Anquan is actually moving all the way over here, but Joxy is going to be lying in wait for that flank wash. Oh, Anquan just not able to connect enough, but now he's going to get spotted out. He takes one in the pan. It's going to be good enough, but not those. That's not going to help him at all, as Joxy is going to be able to finish him off, but now he's attracting the wrong kind of attention himself. But he's going to get in just in the nick of time, and that was the victim boys trying to get him, and looks like it's actually going to be Golden Cat in the end who catches him out.
Yep, Golden Cat, they going to stick their thumb in this, and they will clean up house. DIC 74L1, the only lone survivor, will make a run for it, but Division X Gaming, they're just going to continue pumping bullets, and they have Fury Australia to help them out as well. You can see this 74L1 finally gets gunned down by Ronan, so there goes DIC's chances of ever altering the standings. Golden Cat is the only team alongside Victor from the future with 3 members left. Division X Gaming still playing on the edges of the safe zone.
Division X Gaming looking impervious at the top with the 160 points. Now it's just icing on the cake for the rest of them. But looking at Golden Cat, they're having a decent round here, but if only we saw the kind of consistency from PSSC here to date, then we would probably be seeing a very different race. And it looked as though we would see more of the same on day number 1, but now we'll see if they can get a good result here to close things out and kind of set the stage maybe for the second competitive cycle, which as you can see at the start of the show, we did highlight that registration is open for the PUBG Southeast Asia series for the Singapore, Philippines, and Malaysia segment. 64 teams make sure you do go over and register. You have until the 25th to do so. So make sure you do not let that opportunity go to waste.
Yeah, last I checked, there was already like 52 teams, so slots are running up pretty quickly, and in this case, time is running up pretty quickly for the rest of the team. As Division X Gaming makes a really aggressive rotation. Teddy does finally finish off Ronan. Veronica will find a hit of NBK as they trade. Will get themselves a bit of a consolation prize. Fergus now will be caught in this conflict against Veronica. Veronica will continue to put on the pressure, but Sapao will be the one who finds his hit. Daytrade Gaming would take a bullet in the knee and be eliminated, but IQ 500, he has something to say about this. Fergus will be able to duck back into 3, but Sapao now, he is still providing that cover fire, not landing enough shots to take out the members of Creatory Esports.
Only 2 left here now for Division X Gaming. They got Creatory still having the high ground advantage that could have a substantial say in the next few minutes worth of play here. IQ 500 being the immediate opponent that they have to kind of keep in mind. But Sapao is happy to stay on this low ground. He's getting quite a bit of coverage here. There's not a lot of players on that southeastern side, but there is still going to be all those victim from the future players all the way on his west. So now it does look like Fergus is still trying to openly engage here without the support from Sapao that he can immediately try and help. IQ 500, though, is continuing to abuse the kind of position that he has and see if he can catch Fergus's head.
This is going to be a very tense Mexican standoff as Sapao will try to make a rotation, but Tonke sees him from afar and Sapao, well, it's not going to make it through the main road. He just comes a free kill for Golden Cat as Fergus will be the only member alive. We just have to slowly play it out. It's now caught between Creatory Esports circle going right towards where Golden Cat is. Fergus might have to just fight his way through this.
And looks like Golden Cat could be in a great position here and maybe close this out here, getting their 3rd chicken dinner, in fact. So, I mean, for 2 chicken dinners, they're not too bad, but I mean, you would expect them also to be maybe a little bit further up the table. But for now, they are looking to see, can they meet those other teams also to have 3 chicken dinners? That's the question here, as now looks like Creatory are also in search for their 2nd win, but they are still annoyed here by the presence of Fergus. They can't kind of focus on the likes of Golden Cat just yet, but look at Victim from the Future. They are all stuck right now. They can't even advance here if they want to do, but Fergus is going to get caught out there. Castell is going to say peekaboo.
Yeah, what a rotation, and Castell is going to celebrate it for a while. Just have fun. Now he's going to take over where Fergus's dead body lies. The corpse of last vestige of Division X Gaming is going to be where Castell lays himself to rest as well, as he completely just leaves IQ 500 all alone as the lone surviving member. It's going to be a target dummy for Man, but Maxonus meanwhile is going to down RDK boss, and IQ 500, he's not ready to go down without a fight.
But now it looks like Golden Cat here might be having the advantage in these later stages. They already took down RDK Boss, the closest player and the one who had the chance of being able to do any significant damage to Golden Cat, as now IQ 500 still in the sights there of Mun. He's going to get taken down, and now it's only going to be these 2 players of Victim from the Future who have to duke it out against the last 3 members of Golden Cat, and they have got that really central position. But look at the repositioning here for Mun. This might be able to give them some really great angles.
But Tonke, he smells it out and he might be able to just spot out Man. This is not looking good for Victor for the Future at all. The circle is slowly encroaching in, and eventually Victor from the Future will have to make the rotation. As you can see, Teddy, he's going to drop that smoke, but it's not going to work out as Six just shoots him right through it. Man is now the last man alive, but we all know Golden Cat, they have this in the bag. You just need to put a few finishing touches onto Victor from the Future as they drive straight towards him. Maybe consider running him over as well. Man heals back out, dodges the molly, but Tonke sees him, and Golden Cat will take the final chicken dinner alongside 10 kills in this final round.
So Golden Cat finally going to be getting another win under the belt here. That's number 3 for them here at the Charity Showdown. And that is going to close out the final round for this entire show. And I think we've seen quite a roller coaster of rides here we've seen a lot of teams rise up to the plate and stamp their authority. But I think, we've only actually seen one team that's been able to still grind out the results day in, day out to a certain degree. And, they're currently going to be most likely to win out here. Of course, we'll have to say that, we'll wait for the final scores, but I think it looks like a foregone conclusion at this point.
Yeah, I think Division X Gaming have been probably the one in the middle of the pack, pretty humble, pretty quiet, doesn't make too much impact, but they've been slowly churning out the results. And I think we both agree that it's not certain that who's going to win until the end of the day. And it took them 19 rounds to finally solidify themselves at the top of the leaderboard.
Obviously, we'll be able to see who is going to win at the end of the day. But yeah, I think like when we started the day, Division X Gaming, they weren't leading the pack, and it was still tied between Archangel and Buriram United. But as we saw over the course of the day, where there were so many teams that could have a chance in winning, the kind of place that they went for, they definitely were not going to be as conservative as what Division X was doing, as there's too much volatility in the play that even those teams that tried all these ambitious plays didn't really pan out. But I think with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have our final tabulation in progress right now. And when we return, we'll see who is going to be winning all of the prize money and who's finishing where. So we'll be back after just a few minutes.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and nine self getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because actually like the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Hygwin. Hygwin the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边三名成员不明推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第一支、第二支、第二掉第三支，也很漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar's in the blue. Oh my god, he might go down.
Let's see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh my word.
とそしてリラックスより特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンです。下手投げ。グレネード。一旦ここ出て当たってるさあ外のダウン。裏回って降りて外側。1人目ダウン。3人目いけるか。3人目。ああ全部取れるか。倒した。
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to them. He's gonna fly.
Gonna be coming right here, and we is just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네. Tagged up once. Tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle. Finds the third. What a hell. Oversprayed. Dropped over the roof. It's going to bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's going to bounce up and over and take him down. He's going to have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哇，飞起来了，被空摘了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno prođeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Gets this. Trying to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself, and now he jumps off, catches AC Res and a healing, and he gets him! 2 straight on through. Full wide. I think Valius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbacks. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but it's one.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 김치.
숨은 쉬어야죠. 그쵸?
오심은 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
김치.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and Phil finds himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to HusKKiee. HusKKiee the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不比推进面对 Harry 的架枪，直接打第一支、第二支，掉第三支，连串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PCS Charity Showdown. We have finally got the results ready for you. I'm Play the J. HusKKiee here is my co-caster, and we're ready to really disclose to you the top standings here.
Yep, and here we go. Division X Gaming right on top of the mountain, the summit of this very long drawn out battle. 165 points, almost a 30-point lead ahead of QC4 Horsemen, who are sitting in second place with Barium United, 137 points. RK2 Predator, unfortunately, they were the prey in the second half, 135 points. Myth drop all the way back down to 5th place with only 133 points.
And look how close it is between all of these teams. There's only going to be 5 points separating the Horsemen and Golden Cat. I mean, at the end of the day, it just shows how close it is. But Division X, you know, when it came to the final mile, you know, they were going to put in their plan to make sure that they could sustain into the later stages. And it looks as though the invited team here is still going to be able to triumph over everyone else. And if we look at the top 6 here, everyone here has had a chance to be first over the course of the 4 play days that we've had. That is just insane.
Yeah, and I think Division X Gaming is the perfect example of consistency because they have a total of 75 placement points. The highest, the second highest is Divine Esports with 56. So Division X Gaming, even though they're not really top fragger, they're actually second highest in frags. But those placement points really pushed them forward and gave them this position that they are currently in.
Yeah, so I mean, like they haven't been doing. I mean, in getting those positionings, you know, they've been able to take frags as they come, you know. But I mean, it's not like, you know, they're just going to be camping or like in the side or this or that, you know. I mean, come on, just one kill less than 4 horsemen, getting 95 kills over the course of 20 rounds. That is a great haul for these guys, as they're going to definitely, you know, I mean, it's a stark contrast to everyone else, you know, and the real measure of consistency. And I think it's been a pleasure to see all of these teams, you know, being so closely matched and being able to be on their top game, you know, when it came down to it. Just unfortunately that we didn't see it as consistently across the rest as we did with Division X.
Yep, exactly. And with that being said, no, Division X, they're gonna walk away with their $100,000 and another $100,000 to be donated to their charity of choice. Of course, at the end of the day, this is still a charity showdown. Everyone is playing for, you know, the sake of charity, to give back to the needy and less fortunate. And I think regardless if it's Division X Gaming or not, these players should be feeling very proud about of themselves for being a part of this endeavor.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, just being able to see the rise and fall of so many of the teams here, I think, like, even all the way down to Creatory, I mean, they had their moments as well. And it really shows how competitive it is here in APAC, and looking forward to seeing how all of these teams are going to be doing in the next competitive cycle. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be the open registration right now for the PUBG Southeast Asia Series. You can register. Just go to the link below, pubg.geekevents.asia, and register. You have another 2 days to do so for Singapore, Philippines, and Malaysia. So don't miss out on this before all the slots are taken, as you do not want to miss this ride to be able to compete with the best.
Exactly, and the slots are filling up pretty fast. Already 52 teams signed up last I checked, and that was a couple of hours ago. So if you're still hesitating, might as well just sign your team out and see where it takes you, because this PCS Charity Showdown has already set the bar, and I'd love to see more aspiring teams take up the challenge and try to reach the summit.
And I think, you know, we've had the pleasure to see all sorts of action over the past 4 play days. We've been able to see some 1v4 situations on 2 occasions, in fact. We've been able to see some great hit and runs, K-Mine action, swapping seats in the vehicles and whatnot. And of course, we've seen a lot of comedy as well, comedy/tragedy. I would dare say, with all of the, you know, the road accidents that we've been having, you know. But what was your favorite moments and your last thoughts, HusKKiee?
I think my favorite moment has to be just, I think, Division X Gaming getting taken out with all 4 members in that one truck on day 2. I think that was one of my favorite moments, favorite comedic moment. But the true accident maybe is Victor from the future, and I think it was Teddy being run over by his own car. And I think last thought is, it's been great to be a part of this entire broadcast and even be a part of, you know, this gigantic clockwork machine that's been going on, because it's not just us, right? We also have to thank our sponsors, Predator, for making this happen, and of course PUBG Corp for organizing everything from start until end, the people behind the scenes collecting the feed and giving us all these intense moments and a bit of a leisure with comedy relief as well. So that's definitely something that I would appreciate for days to come.
Yeah, I totally agree. And big thanks to all of you viewers for tuning in and watching the stream. Really, thank you so much for everything. HusKKiee, you've been amazing. Big thanks to production as well and those behind the scene. And we look forward to seeing you all again pretty soon. That's it from HusKKiee. I'm Play of the J, and hope you have a very pleasant evening.